Virginia.
Hey guys, welcome back
Won
to
by
my
nearly
YouTube
40 points in
channel.
2020. But overall, does he have a valid argument here about being able to?
Oh yeah, happy birthday, Mama. Happy 43rd birthday. Happy big birthday. I hope you have a wonderful day and a lovely birthday. And if I can, I will get you a present as soon as possible. But for all my 7,790 fans, and for the person that just subscribed, because I think I already know who subscribed, but please put your name down to whoever is the 41st subscriber, whoever is the latest person that subscribed to my YouTube channel. Please let me know so I can get your name down and I can account you for your YouTube attendance. But yeah, y'all, we are going to continue with my book, My Sister's Keeper. Like I said, I've read it multiple times, and I read it yesterday, so I'm not going to read it right now, not till it turns about nighttime. But for those that didn't see me today at school at Robertson Community College, you will see me Monday. Um, I was going to go today. I overslept, so I didn't get up till like 1. But But yeah, guys, today we're going to be talking about a bunch of stuff. I'm also going to do a mukbang in today's YouTube live stream. If you guys don't know what a mukbang, I'm sure everybody knows what a mukbang is. It's where you eat a bunch of food, not a bunch of food, but you eat like a big sandwich, fries, and stuff. It's like, I always wanted to do like food challenges and stuff like that. I never really got the chance, but now we're finally going to be doing stuff like that, like food challenges and stuff like that. And if you guys want to do the same, while I fix the food, if y'all want to fix food and you know do the challenge while I do it, you can do that as well. But yeah, we're just gonna be mainly watching YouTube videos within today's live stream, and then we will do the mukbang. And I might read the book again because, like I said, I am going to add some stuff to this book. So we're not done with the book at all. No, there's a lot of stuff that still have to add to it. A lot. And but so I was at school mostly this week. I was there Tuesday and Wednesday. I just didn't go Monday and today. But it's fine. You know, my latest test on the ABE testing was at 2:38. Like I said, I was supposed to get at 2:39, but it's fine. When I go back to test, I know I'll get that extra point. But the main point is, y'all, the book, like I said, nobody has nobody's emailed me about the book. Like, if you want a copy, just let me know and I'll send you a copy. Either if you want it in person or you want me to send you a copy in the mail, I can do that. You have to send me your address. And yeah, like I said, it's $20 per copy, and each book that is sold, it'll go up $5. So that means if this copy is sold first, the next copy will be 25 bucks. But the highest I'm going to let the price go up to is probably like $30 because I just don't want. It's only so far a 9-chapter book. No, wait, no, I'm wrong. It is 15 chapters in total. But right now, just 8 chapters. So, yeah.
Americans, if you haven't claimed your government-funded health subsidy yet, now's the time to call the number.
Hey, you. I have no idea what's going on. You're always $20. What did you say? It's like make sure that streaming's piece of this. Your bush. New titles headed favorite. Beautiful. Never had the streaming again. I'm offering you a choice. Good. These alone chicken. I'll have whatever he's having. Hardee's Double Deals pack double the charcoal beef and melted cheese.
Choose a double cheeseburger or bacon double cheeseburger, starting at $2.99. Hardee's, goodness in the making. Get exclusive offers on the Hardee's app.
Okay, are you guys ready? Roll this up. Okay. After the last video that I did, let's see, I read everybody's messages and took the time to really, look at everybody. You all can see I answered everybody. But I wrote some things down because I said to myself, it's very important that I talk to you all and let you know more. And I'm gonna talk to you guys until the book comes out. But I got a little this too. I'm gonna go over and I got so much mail. Everybody wants to know this, that, and I can't give out everything because otherwise, what's the purpose of a book? But I'm so ready to be done with this, and I'm ready to get this off of my chest, out of my ear, and I'm just ready. So I don't mind talking. We're gonna talk. So much. Okay. One of the things that I wanted to talk about first was the fact that, yes, I said Whitney had no drugs in her system because the coroner, when they did the autopsy, they said that she had it was a minute amount in her system. And, the coroner gave a number. And I think the number was 8. I don't think you're lying, but it's a small amount. But my son looked it up. Because both of my sons are wide. I have 2 sons that are very wide. But one of my sons told me, he said, "Mommy, it's not even enough. I'm a baby." It was like just a drop of something. And it could be, I was thinking in my mind, maybe residue from a long time ago, or it could be something that somebody tried to give me. You understand what I'm saying? Because we all know that Whitney was clean. And it's a possibility that whoever was around her tried to slip her something in her drink or food. And then she realized that, they were trying to give her something. And that could very well be the whole reason why she was looking for folks and trying to find folks. I don't know. But it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. But the fact of the matter is, Whitney did not have drugs in her system. She didn't. She didn't have enough drugs in her system to harm a baby. So let's get that straight. Yes, the coroner noted that there was a small amount. Now, as far as the pharmaceutical medicine that was in her, let me tell you this. You all listen to me, please. Don't even get it twisted because even when Whitney was alive, I know I used to, let me tell you how much control Whitney gave me.
You're hovering, wondering if you click buy or book, is your personal info going to be safe? With worry-free protection, your identity, privacy, and devices can be secure. Protect your everything with McAfee Plus.
Hello, my name is Mel Bond, and my wife and I, we've been pastoring and doing crusades full time since 1972. I had Jesus to explain to me how to see in the spirit world. Well, this went on for several years, and then I went to Mexico to do a crusade. A blind man was brought forward, and I cast that demon spirit of blindness out of him, and instantly he began to see. We'll show you that video right now. Well, when I got home, that my TV producer said, "Pastor, you need to take a look at this." And for the first time, I believe that God allowed this scene to be seen so that people could have confidence and they can have uh, victory in their life by learning to see in the spirit world. Learn to have victory in every area of your life. And our producer also put it in slow motion so that you could see undeniably that a spirit was cast out of this man and he began to see perfectly. Well, I now have that in book form, the things that Jesus taught me, and you can have the same information if you go to our online bookstore, and, and it's at melbond.com, our website. And I have the book, How to See in the Spirit World, and then I also have uh, 4 DVDs, How to See in the Spirit World, and this was taken from a seminar that I did at our church. And so I pray that these things will be a blessing.
Over her life when I was employed by her. Because I was employed by her. And the only reason Pat was with her when that night, if those pictures that you all see surfing around the media the night before Whitney was found, and you see Pat Houston with her, they never really had that with her. But I had stopped working for Whitney because I had gotten married to my dear friend whom I love so much.
Oh, let me show y'all something. Real quick, I do need to actually light the lights. Trump expected to plead not guilty in arraignment for election turnover thing. Yeah. So I'm saying it all over. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, listen up. It's time to claim your health subsidy. Now is the time to start receiving an average of 6.
Just moments ago, Lizzo broke her silence on the lawsuit filed against her by 3 of her former dancers who claim they were subjected to a hostile work environment and harassment. The complaint also naming her production company and the captain of her dance team. It says that the dancers were, quote, exposed to an overtly sexual atmosphere that permeated their workplace, which included outings where nudity and sexuality were a focal point. The suit also alleges, among other things, that Lizzo called out one of the plaintiffs for
This is my jam. Who does not like Cardi B, y'all? Rest in peace, 2010. Once upon a time, and I heard that I was up. Came from a bitch who nigga wanna fuck out in my face. Last night, fresh nigga, chest high, jury on flashlight. I can listen last night, get him good at close, make a nigga ass right. Don't deserve no pussy. I know that's right. Face bad, listen, just friendly, bad place. Remember, listen, young hearts, thinking all the things stuff. Face bad, listen, not the friendly, bad place. Okay, freaking back, heart, thinking all you bitch stuff. Austin, Austin, Austin stuff. It's Austin, Austin, Austin stuff. Austin stuff. It is Austin stuff. It is Austin, Austin, Austin stuff. I could make the party bounce. I could make the party bounce. Bitch said it fucking with me. Say I said it party bounce. If I had a thing, you probably looking like a light pop. Hoes speaking Japanese. They don't make a karate chop. So that's time for shit. Pulling up and jump shit. I don't argue with them cause I think I'm lovers like a bitch. Niggas I ain't playing. Gotta pick 'em up and stand. Ain't no bitch on my finger. You ain't calling on my friend. And my face bomb ass tight. Best nigga shut high jury on me flashlight. I believe that tight. Hit 'em with that plus make a nigga act right. First thought don't deserve no pussy. I know that's right. These bad looking at the friendly fan. Niggas remember Lindsay. Yeah, artists picking all the bitch stuff. Yeah, my face bad busting at the friendly fan. Nigga man, hurt you back. Artists back and noise bitch stuff. Austin, Austin, Austin stuff. It's Austin, Austin, Austin stuff. Hey, Austin stuff. It is Austin stuff. It is Austin, Austin, Austin stuff. How you bitches gay fucking looking now when you're vibe. Dirty ass, dusty ass, bitch. You got me tired. Bitches won't smoke until I bring it to his doorstep. So that bitch text that first on that first set. Put it on him now, he would never be the same. Set it on my eyes, cause I really like the pain. Set it on my heart, I said I'm glad that you came. If that nigga had a twin, I would let her run the train. Big bad pussy, not the belly bad. Nigga, remember, let's see, I can artist that can know the bitch stuff. In the face bad pussy, not the belly bad. I go back, working back, fight back, and know you bitch stuff. It is Austin, Austin, Austin stuff. It is Austin, Austin, Austin stuff. Austin stuff. It is Austin stuff. It is Austin, Austin, Austin stuff. Look, you gotta play it safe, huh? No base, no case, huh?
You're doing this. Right on the show. Wait. Yeah. It's still straight to us. Hey, kid, I'm like, well, I can't keep it home, but I can stop. Lots that I'm knowing about. You hit a place from the truck when I'm home. Labels, they pay homage, but haters say great fell on pop. My last album was The Chronic. They wanna know if he still got next stage raps change. They wanna know how I feel about you. Dr. String is the name on my head of my cage still. But the beats but the beats, I'm still not loving police. They rock with khakis with a cup and a crease. They got love for the streets, repping 213. I'm still the beat bang, still doing my thing. Since I left, ain't too much change. Yeah, I'm representing for the gangsters all across the world. Still hitting the counters in the bloodbuster. Still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. It's the fear of the gangsters all across the world. I'm still hitting the counters in the bloodbuster. I'm still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. It's the fear of the last time I heard from me. I lost some sense, but I'm seeing Snoopy different again. I kept my head to the streets. Signed in the town. Triple flat and 250 kick still. I stay close to the heat. And even when I was close to the beat, to my people, life's like a soundtrack. I wrote to the beat. Streets rap like Cali weed. I smoke till I'm asleep. Wake up in the AM, compose a beat. I bring the fire to your soaking in your seat. It's not a fluke, it's been tried. I'm the truth since turn out the lights from the world class wretched crew. Static after mathematics. It's human try butter, the mathematics and swat face. Sticky green and fast traffic. I tip through, then I kiss you. Steal on the thing, but it takes to all across the still, getting the colors in the club lights, girl. Still, taking my time to perfect the beat. Still got love for the street. Funnel cakes? Caramel dipping sauce? Fantastic. Sweet.
Rock back to school at Macy's with 30% off Levi's. Kids
Hey, y'all.
$1. Plus
It's my jam too. Now I can say one thing about Nikki. She will not throw microphones at her fans. And now, like I said, Cardi had every right to do that because they were, she told the audience to throw water at her. She told them to do it. So she was perfect. No, she knew what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was doing. But I mean, Cardi, she don't mess around now. I can tell that one thing. She does not. She has a temper. She has a temper. But I don't know, y'all. It's all good. Let me fine.
Don't spend the money to be consistent. What's the best to the law? Like you list that's how this was what me Alex is what's way. You can keep them established. Now that you know when they're like that's not how it's been done. Yeah. One of those first I had them. Yeah. It's not about it's Ew, I'm supposed to dumb shit when I'm winning. He's ready for people like no feel like if this feels he's gonna get smacked for me as well, then you have to feel that you're like I'm going to make me put out the minute second I with the chat and that's gonna happen. My cannot take skills. My cannot teach it all. What listen that was my gosh. Looking for my damn. My job. Looking for finish.
I'm not gonna say they didn't judge George too, because trust me and believe they judged him too. But like, I mean, he really did not come out as he didn't want nobody to know his sexuality. He really kept it a secret, honestly. And I really feel like people should not talk about that type of stuff. If you are like that, I told you, I always will support you. I'm not a judgmental person. I am supportive of anybody that's like that. You know, honestly, I don't judge people because, like, at the end of the day, the Holy Spirit is the only one that can judge us. No man can judge us. Just believe that, y'all. Take Let's do find this still to deep dimension. Yes.
They have become a piece of the Buy Rewards member to earn points toward free pizza. Here's how it works. You earn 10 points for every order of $10 or more. Once you earn 60 points, you can redeem for a free pizza. Order a joint today at Domino's.com. And she's disappeared. I'm still here.
Unlike my magic skills with the new Keurig K-Ice Brewer, you can't go wrong. Press the brew over ice button for less ice melt and full flavour for the perfect iced coffee every time. Made that disappear, didn't I?
Well, I'm what? Pickles get stab these girls have me every word. Can't look at that bush. Oh, now she's trying to be bring it back. Sure, my numbers like a stain header. Pushing out the baby gummies. Hey, yeah, my finger on. You get caught. This guy, I'm trying to survive. I believe that life is a past, but to live doesn't mean you're alive. Help me. It's my empire. I'm not going to say anything. We don't even have to be fun. I wish I could have this moment for love, for love. Would I just feel so alive, alive? Yeah.
We'll set the like shot at least to 45 likes for this video. But the next one will be, I'm gonna set the likes for 100. Yes, I have to. Just so you know, I can, each live video that I do, I'm hoping that, you know, each time the likes will go up on each video. So that's all you gotta do, y'all. Is to not hit the like.
Work, 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 work. To me, be work, 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 work. See me to be there, 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 there. Something that work, 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 work. For you, my soul, la, 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 la. I'm in the gap and my da, 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 da. Showing me I deserve. That's a devil learn. Work hard, made a life. You know I dealt with you the nice. Nobody touched me in the right. Nobody touched me in the right. All your dreams and durations. You took my heart and my keys and my visions. You took me to sit on my sleep and decoration. Think you love, I brought for you for foundations. All that was all there for you was to give me something that I never had. Something that you never seen. Something that you never been. What you got it like nothing wrong. Just get ready for work, 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 work. To me, I feel work, 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 work. You see me to be there, 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 there. Something like that work, 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 work. Da, 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 da. So when you da, 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 da. What if you was da, 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 da. Better get something, please. Baby, don't you leave. Don't let me stuck in the streets. I got a chance to. I would never object you. I mean, who am I to put your best against you? I just hope that it gets to you. I hope that you see this through. I hope that you see this true. What can I say? Please recognize I'm trying, baby. It's a me if they you see me somewhere da. Somewhere when the cat from the
Yeah. You need to get done, 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 overcome. We just need to slow the motion. Don't get out of way to no one long distance. I need you. When I see potential, I just gotta say it though. If you had a twin, I would still choose you. I don't rush into it if it's too soon. But I know you and me to get done, 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 done. If you call, sorry for the way less friend. I got is trying to evolve. Yeah. I spilled all my emotions tonight. I'm sorry. Rolling, 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 rolling. How many more shots until you're rolling? We just need a face to face. You could pick the time and the place. You will spend some time away. Now you need to forward. You need all of our black.
it's a me if they da. When you time, how do I love thee? Let me count the ways. Love can get a little messy. Good thing there's resolve. Love the love, resolve the mess.
Oh, huge announcement, guys. Sinead O'Connor's remains are released to her family following postmortem after what does postmortem mean? So I just heard that her remains were just released to her family. So I'm guessing they're going to do the funeral. I'm not the funeral, but like they're going to prepare to do, have her in the casket and stuff. I mean, of course they got to do that. They can't keep her body forever. I mean, because the funeral home has to embalm the body. There's so much they have to do. So you know what I mean. I mean, I wonder what type of service they're going to have. She died on July 26th. That was last week, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It says Sinead O'Connor's remains released to her family following autopsy. So the autopsy was just complete, guys, on Sinead O'Connor. So Sinead O'Connor's remains released to her family following autopsy. Cause of death may not be known for some weeks and will be made public if there is an inquest, says clerk of London Coroner Court. Wait, she lived in London? Dang, I didn't even know she lived in London. Well, like I said, most celebrities do move away from after they, finish their education. I'm not gonna say I'm moving away, but I have talked to it about I might. I'm not saying I'm gonna move away and not come back. No, I might. I kind of want to travel places, and yes, Sinead O'Connor did die in the United Kingdom, but she wasn't born in London. She was born in Ireland, Dublin, Ireland. But yeah, guys, even if one day, hopefully I'll be able to have 1 million subscribers and 1 million YouTube viewers. That is my goal. The goal is to get 1 million viewers before I have 1 million subscribers. I have right now 7,790 YouTube viewers, almost 7,800. I wonder what she passed away of. Sad how people are just leaving this world. Like, it's crazy. And she wasn't but 56. She was very young. She still had a long life left. Like, for real. She was young. I mean, why do people die so young? That's sad. I mean, I know sometimes it happens that way, but that's not the way it's supposed to happen. Like honestly, really. A person's not supposed to die young. We're all supposed to live to be old. But I did hear that Sinead, she did love to smoke, so I'm sure. I mean, I like smoking too. I mean, I do, but I don't smoke cigarettes. I used to, but I don't like cigarettes, honestly. I've never really smoked cigarettes like that, like, honestly. I've been quit them suckers. I might smoke me a little bit, weed here and there, but I will never, ever touch a cigarette, ever. And like I said, like Whitney Houston did. Whitney Houston, she went to rehab. She was in rehab for a year, y'all. So don't believe that, oh, she wasn't in rehab. Yes, she was. She went to rehab. She did. She was trying, y'all. She was trying her best to get away from them drugs. She was. It was just people that right after she was supposed to go to the Grammys, then people were, everybody that was around her were smoking weed and doing stuff. So I mean, it was around her. But don't, blame poor Whitney for that. When she became a singer, that just happened. Everybody that was around her were doing drugs just about. Not I mean, when she first started, I don't think she was, doing drugs heavily till later in life, until like the late 80s, like 1987. I don't really remember when Whitney really was doing drugs pretty bad. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. And besides, that movie that Pat did just focused on negative stuff. I mean, like I said, I'm not going to talk about Pat. No, in no type of negative way. I will not, because I ain't want nobody trying to, you know, anybody from Pat's side trying to come for me. No, because my people will come for you. But no, Pat, Whitney, she treated you like a sister, and I know she didn't. At times she was kind of hard on you, but she had to be, Pat. She kind of felt like she had to be. People were all in her money. trying to, take stuff. She kind of had to be hard on you. She didn't want to be. Whitney was a very nice person, and she was nice to everybody she met. I don't think there was nobody she met that she wasn't loving and kind to. You know, I'm serious. She loved her fans. And she loved her family, but she moved away from her family because she kind of wanted some privacy. Everybody needs their own privacy. Truly. If it
Might as well. So, what if we have questions about our policy?
And what if it's late at night?
Oh, yeah. Let's do some. Let's do person that number eight. Number. This is great. We'll go back. After. Main thing is our phone broke. That's why we gotta buy another phone.
So, right now, time for another huge X Factor exclusive. They just keep coming tonight. I really can't believe that it's she is one of the greatest singers of all time. Yeah, for us, we are honored to welcome the incomparably Whitney Houston.
With more looks and more ways to play, Dick's House of Sport is the destination to sport your style.
This is my comeback. Start yours at purdueglobal.edu.
Touch my soul. I had nowhere to turn. I had nowhere to go. No sign of my dream. Thought it would be the end of me. I thought I'd never make it through. I had no one to hold on to. I thought I'd break. Didn't know my own strength. I crashed down, stumbled, but I did not. I got through all the pain. Didn't know my own strength. Survive my darkest hour. They can realize. Is you get instant feedback first of all.
that wanted to be there to make sure, everything was cool. And that, no other women were around. And da, 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 blah, 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 blah. This is my first love. Remember, I have never really ever been in love with anyone like I was in love with Bobby. So
But there were rumors that the loyal wife was concealing a secret, violence in the home.
Has he ever hit you?
no, he's never hit me. No, I hit him in anger.
Wait a minute, come over here, come over here. I can't do this anymore. I can't do this. You have to come over here. Have you ever hit her?
No. No. I wouldn't.
What's hitting me?
Never. I have 4 sisters, 4 aunts, a mother, 2 daughters. I would never raise my hands in any kind of way to them. I love the beauty of women. And it's fine. No.
But a year after this interview, a distraught Whitney Houston called 911 from her Georgia home.
Ma'am, I'm at what was it? Airport in Fillmore. Repeat that one. Repeat the address, ma'am. Hello?
When the police showed up, Whitney said that Bobby Brown hit her, bruising her cheek and cutting her lip. The charges were eventually dropped, but Bobby was a magnet for trouble.
Tell me about you and drugs.
Me and drugs. We're not friends. We're not friends at all. I used to smoke a lot of marijuana. A lot.
The marijuana's still in your life.
Yeah, because I'm the type of person that I'm a very high strung person. Every now and then, every now and then. It's not an everyday thing. It's maybe every other day.
And it's hard because we're rock and rollers, man.
That's the life we live.
Yeah.
What about other drugs?
No.
Yeah, I said you tested for cocaine.
I tested for a substance like cocaine, which can be anything. It could be an aspirin, but it was not cocaine in my system. And this is what I know.
Whitney once said Bobby was her drug, but was there something else fueling her erratic behavior?
Is it alcohol? Is it marijuana? Is it cocaine? Is it pills?
It has been. At times.
All?
At times.
The real story behind Whitney Houston's struggles when we come back.
No one's just easier to type most advanced technology in its class. It needs to be earned. Earned with smart beam headlamps. Earned with vented temperature control seats. Earned with an 8.4. ABC's Once Upon a Time, all new Sunday at 8/7 Central. One moment in time continues. Once again, Chris Brennan.
This may be the first time Whitney Houston's voice wasn't the center of attention. That's because the people were shocked by how she looked. This 2001 tribute concert to Michael Jackson led to rumors Whitney Houston was near death.
She was always so fresh-faced and smiling, and she began to get gaunt, began to look unwell. It was hard to find the original Whitney Houston in that person. Yeah.
A year later, she was interviewed by Diane Sawyer, still struggling to come to terms with the problems that were painfully obvious to everyone else. You'll hear her voice straining from what she said was laryngitis.
You know that as we sit here and talk,
Yeah.
everybody watching this
Yeah.
is going to be staring at you physically.
Yeah.
And they're going to be saying, how thin is she now?
Yeah.
How many bones can we see? Is she sick? And how sick is she?
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I am not. Let's get that straight. I'm not. Okay? I've always been a thin girl. I'm not going to be fat ever. Let's get that straight. Whitney is not going to be fat ever. Okay?
The Michael Jackson VH1 up here. I'm going to show you the picture.
So that's a bad shot.
Well, it may be a bad shot, but this is real. I mean, the bones. That's real.
Yeah, my bones, yeah. I'm 5'7" I can understand what you mean.
But that's not just thin.
How is it? Diane, tell me. Do you know?
It's scary thin.
I can believe what you feel. I can believe that. Do you really know? Do you really know?
Now you know.
Thank you.
Anorexia.
No way.
They've written it.
No way.
Bulimia.
No way.
That it's because of drugs.
No. No. Mm-mm. Not a gratitude that party. But there have been times when I know I was going through a lot of emotional stress. My eating habits were awful.
Reportedly, at one point, she weighed just 96 pounds on her 5'7" frame. Television executives were so startled by her appearance at that tribute concert that she was electronically fattened up for viewers at home.
Did you see that they took electronic devices and changed it for the air?
So did it for me and a few other people.
Other people too. Yeah. Because that sparked that whole thing where the headlines were saying, Whitney is dying.
No, Whitney was dead.
Whitney dying. Crack rehab fails.
First of all, let's get one thing straight. Crack is cheap. I make too much money to ever crack. Let's get that straight, okay? We don't do crack. We don't do that. Crack is whack.
Is it alcohol? Is it marijuana? Is it cocaine? Is it pills?
It has been at times.
All?
At times.
Did you think how dangerous it was?
No, I was like shooting heroin or anything.
This says $730,000 drug habit. This is a headline.
Come on.
$30,000.
730?
I don't believe
I
that.
wish. No, I wish I was making that money off of me and share it with me. No. No way. I want to see the receipts from the drug dealer that I bought $730,000 worth of drugs from. I want to see receipts.
A tortured denial that would fall away over time. Whitney would later reveal she spent 7 months at home in her pajamas in a drug-addled state, smoking marijuana laced with cocaine. But in this interview, she remained evasive.
Do you think of yourself as an addict?
I am addicted to a few things.
Like?
Making love. I don't like to think of myself addicted. I like to think if I had a bad habit, which can be broken.
If you had to name the devil for you, the biggest devil among them.
The biggest devil is me. I mean, either my best friend or my worst enemy. I can tell you that I am not self-destructive. I'm not a person who wants to die. I'm a person who has life and wants to live. I'm not the strongest every day, but I'm not the weakest either. And I won't break.
A stubbornness that kept Whitney from getting help, even when her mother Sissy staged at least 2 interventions, one reportedly with armed guards.
How'd you get to my door? There's some people I want you to meet. I said, Mommy, you raised me with the love and with God. Now, if I can't make it with you and with the love of God, I'm not putting my life in someone else's hands. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. No matter how what anybody else says or did or what they claim that was, I know I'm a child of God. And I know He loves me. Jesus loves me. This yeah.
And Whitney would need all the help she could get, going into rehab not once, but 3 times. Still, it wasn't enough. When we come back, never before seen video of Whitney Houston. Intimate, raw, personal. Let's see what's next. We are trying really hard to get you Reese's peanut butter cups, but there is only so much we can do here. You're gonna have to beat us halfway. Well, the whole way, actually. There's so much time gone out, coming back together. Yes, you live in a garage. It's not much like that. You say, it's good for some good luck, you know. Six. This new AT&T 4G LTE is fast. Great. Did you guys hear it? Mary got engaged. That's so 42 seconds ago. You're wild now.
Ooh, are you guys signing up for the Christmas?
So 32 seconds ago. Fritz Kinsey. We heard. Trying to sign a card.
Did you the guys from China or in
See me how we can. Sure. Stay a step ahead with the 4G LTE Galaxy S2 Skyrocket. Only from AT&T. Rough and dry skin taken over? There's an easy way to fix that. Lubriderm Meds 3-in-1. The first and only body, face, post-shave lotion all in one bottle. It's that easy. Lubriderm Meds 3-in-1. But absolutely everybody is talking about Safe House. It's the best thriller since war. Denzel Washington, Ryan Reynolds. Safe House. Now playing in theaters everywhere.
Sears' big President's Day sale is on now. And we do mean big. With huge savings across the store. Points, perks, and privileges. Members get more. Sears.
This is big. New Chicken McBites from McDonald's. Juice, poppable premium chicken breast with ham style. But they're only here for a limited time. The simple joy of really big fun. Start your leap list. Then hit the road in the only four-wheel drive SUV with 30 miles per gallon highway. The CR-V. All new from Honda.
I raced down that hill without a helmet. I took some steep risks in my teens. I never ride without one now. And since my doctor prescribed Lipitor, I won't go without it for my high cholesterol. Why kid myself? Diet and exercise weren't lowering my cholesterol enough. Now eating healthier, exercising more, taking Lipitor. Numbers don't lie. My cholesterol has stayed down. And here's another number you might be interested in. Lipitor may be available for as little as $4 a month with a Lipitor copay card. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Lipitor.com for details.
Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. You need simple blood tests to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor if you are taking other medications, or if you have any muscle pain or weakness. This may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect.
Still love that wind in my face. Talk to your doctor. If Lipitor's been working for you, stay with it. Don't wait. Lipitor may be available for as little as $4 a month. Get your Lipitor copay card today at Lipitor.com.
It wouldn't be a final season, ladies, without a few surprise faces.
Martha, you're back.
Keenly observed, Susan. Sunday on an all-new Desperate Housewives.
Oh my God. You're the father.
It's one desperate bombshell.
Are you talking about us getting back together?
After another. And when we say the housewives are going out with our Desperate Housewives is all new on Sunday, 9/8 Central, followed by an all-new Pan on ABC.
It's your picks now.
Thank you so much.
Then play along Oscar Sunday on the official site, Oscar.com.
The year is 1999. and Whitney Houston just hit the road on her My Love Is Your Love world tour.
What they write about me, I really don't care about.
In this never-before-seen video, she was candid backstage about living in the public eye.
I like to laugh, I like drama. Part of me is sophisticated, though.
The video reveals many shades of Whitney, superstar, mother, the vulnerability hidden behind the voice of gold.
Nothing I don't think is ever perfect. Can only be the best they can be. Perfection is God's dream. That's it.
But what no one knew then was that though Whitney loved her fans, she also feared them. Each performance an agonizing test.
I would stay in my room for days at times, just trying to get it together to know what my next phase is going to be.
When you've been at the top of your game and you slide a little bit, a crazy thing happens here. It makes people insane. All they want to do is recapture that glory.
In the mid-90s, you said, I feel old.
Yeah, like I've been through a lifetime of stuff.
And that it just wasn't any fun anymore.
Mm-mm. No, I enjoy what I do. I love this. It's just not fun.
Because
People are different in the industry. It's about the money. It's about getting past.
you think you're not tough enough for this business?
Oh, I'm tough.
That was a quick answer.
Yeah, I mean, I've lasted this long. You gotta be tough.
But she was becoming a different kind of tough. Tough to deal with.
You have to know you can depend on the talent. Whitney Houston's relevance in terms of deal making had evaporated. She was not number one on anybody's list.
She was often hours late for interviews, photo shoots, rehearsals, and even started canceling big performances.
I want to ask you about the cancellation.
Look at my record.
I see albums.
See the concerts I've done, and see how many I've canceled in the 17 years of my career and added up.
People talk as if you're just impossible because you may show, you may not show.
Not true. Not true. Not true. Not true.
But there's some high profile things you didn't show for.
Her most famous no-show, the 2000 Oscars. Her publicist said she had throat problems, but there were rumors about her shaky voice and erratic behavior.
Okay, the Academy Awards.
Okay. I was fired from the gig. I didn't mind. I really didn't want to do it anyway. But I was past that. I'm a past that, and it's over now.
Her career and her marriage were both starting to collapse when she agreed to do the Bravo reality show, Being Bobby Brown. Many saw it as a misguided attempt to help her husband.
Right, that's what I mean. Someone who's clearly that much of a mess, letting cameras into her life, is a shocking decision and a bad one. I'm a drug addict. But sure, you want to film me and my husband arguing, talking about highly personal matters that nobody should ever see? And she said her worst demon was herself. She wasn't kidding.
But in 2007, after a history of infidelity, drugs, rehab, scandal, Whitney had had enough. The marriage finally over. Whitney Houston was on her own, searching for a comeback, with her daughter Bobby Christina at her side.
Do you like to sing?
Yes, I want to be like my mommy and daddy.
And what do you like about your mom's voice?
It's really nice and it makes me go to sleep.
She sings your lullaby.
Bobby Christina would be the inspiration for her mother's fierce struggle to make it back to the top.
This is my time now. Love me, leave me. But love me, because I love you.
When we come back, Whitney Houston tries once again to command the spotlight.
You're like Motorhead. You're like Willow Smith.
Veloster doesn't judge. The Veloster from health. Engineered for whatever. Here's the class with the interior volume. What does that even mean?
Unleash the magic of your TV and get more out of your iPad with Bright House Network's digital service and Rover high-speed online. All for one low price. To learn more, visit brighthouse.com. If you speak the language of convenience, the Mercedes-Benz of South Orlando speaks your language. Our commitment to convenience starts with our location, right next to all of the lane. Mercedes-Benz of South Orlando, we speak your language.
This week, save on great brand names during our President's Day event. Save on select sofas and love seats. Your choice, just $2.98. Plus, buy any size Serta mattress and get the matching foundation for just $10. Save a lot. Big saving.
Breaking right now, the first of 3 suspects free in 2 states. Tonight at 11 on Channel 9 Eyewitness News. Coverage you can count on.
Time and Temperature is brought to you by Kia Motors.
With her turbulent marriage behind her, Whitney Houston was on her own and searching for a comeback. But I did not.
I think everybody wanted to come back from Whitney Houston. Everybody's fingers were crossed. Everybody was praying. Everybody was hoping.
Then came Whitney's new album, I Look to You, in 2009.
I look to you. I look to you.
That was exciting to her. She wanted to still be in it, to still be competing, to still be trying to show off what she was and how great she is.
It debuted at #1 on the Billboard charts and sold over 1 million copies. But compared to the Whitney of old, it couldn't compare.
She didn't sound bad. Well, at all. It sounded good. She just didn't sound like Whitney Houston.
A fact that became more apparent the more she performed, as the strains on the once golden voice intensified. During a difficult performance on Good Morning America, Whitney openly acknowledged the problem.
You know, I talk so much to my voice. It's kind of not because when I'm singing, when I'm talking, I should be singing.
Then Whitney Houston announced a world tour. She was on tour. When people walked out, asked for their money back. In this concert in Australia, Houston takes a minute-long pause before attempting her signature high note. The big question, could she still hit it? Whitney was still capable of moments that echoed her previous perfection. She had the audience in the 2009 American Music Awards spellbound, but her performances were becoming scattershot, unpredictable.
The erratic nature of some days you bring it, some days you can't.
With her worst fears coming true. And making it even more difficult was the fact that Houston's misfires came at a time when mistakes could be watched anytime, anywhere, by anyone.
Internet had not been her friend. These recordings, her performances would go viral. A million people talked about what a train wreck she was.
Yeah.
Janice Min says Whitney was becoming a star no longer famous for her talent, but infamous for rehab stints and tabloid antics, including a rumored odd couple romance with singer Ray J, 17 years her junior.
And the only time you saw Whitney Houston in the headlines was at the supermarket checkout. She was in the press
for all the wrong reasons. There's just so many heartbreaks in the last years.
You know, the thing about
Too many for
is Whitney, they just wouldn't give her a break, you know? She's a celebrity. She's not perfect. The only one that is perfect is the Holy Spirit. And they just tried to, Lord, they taunted that woman. Just like Leolah said, they taunted Whitney, always saying, oh, she owed almost $1 million. You know daggone well she didn't owe no money to no drug dealer. So I'm tired of hearing that in the headlines. She did not owe no $730,000. No way. No, no, y'all. Please, please, y'all. Don't believe that. Okay. Don't. I would.
for her to take, you think?
For so many years, she had everyone looking back at her. Love, unadulterated. She did not quite have that.
And then there were questions about her fortune. Although people close to her deny it, reports this week suggest the one-time megastar was broke. Over the course of her career, Houston made tens of millions of dollars. Just how much was left at the end is unclear. But in recent years, banks had tried to foreclose on 2 of her homes. Yet, for all appearances, the star's lifestyle was still lavish.
She was traveling with her entourage. Family was with her hairdresser, wardrobe people, makeup people. She was still living like Whitney Houston from 1990.
It's happened over and over again in the entertainment industry with someone who's earned more money than you could possibly imagine finds a way to spend all of that money and $59 that they don't have.
And
But few could take any satisfaction in these unfortunate events. What we wanted most was to see the Whitney of old, Houston, on top. And the star herself believed she could give us that again.
she decided she was going to stage a big comeback. This was going to be her year. We learned at the Hollywood Reporter that she had actually had her camp approach the X Factor producers to get on the show. She had looked at Jennifer Lopez on American Idol as an example for her to follow to get back on television and use that as a way to start selling albums again.
And the key to her comeback was to be the movie Sparkle, scheduled to be released this summer. Producer Harvey Mason Jr. worked with Whitney on the movie's vocal tracks as recently as 4 days before her death.
She seemed great. She was
Great.
upbeat, very optimistic, very excited about the project.
It's a remake of an insider showbiz tale, executive produced by Houston herself, co-starring American Idol's Jordan Sparks, featuring 2 new Whitney Houston songs.
She was doing all the things that she needed to do to keep her voice strong. She was working with a vocal coach.
Getting
She
her
was doing
vocals back.
exercises.
She
was
was
warming
getting
up.
them back.
What can I say? She was working really hard at it.
Back at work and trying to get back into the game. Not what Whitney had hoped for herself when she spoke with Diane Sawyer 10 years ago.
10 years from now, give me the perfect life for Whitney Houston.
Retire.
Retired.
Looking at my daughter grow up, become a great woman of God. Grandchildren.
When we come back, the person Whitney Houston loved and depended on the most, her daughter, Bobby Christina Brown.
Now, I'm gonna just say this one thing though. I mean, I would love to do an album. That's what I'm working on now. Is once the book is released, fully released, like it's already released. Like I said, I'm gonna do another reading tonight, y'all. And after I release that reading, I'm going to I'm going to talk about the mysterious death of little Bobby Jr. We will get into that. And I'm also going to talk about my book, the Betty White book. But we're going to continue with, of course, the Whitney Houston story. And the only thing I don't like about Betty is, I mean, this was her choice. I know it, y'all. It was Betty White's choice, but like, why did they cremate her? And they didn't even put that she was cremated in this book. They did not put it in that book, in this book. She was supposed to be buried next to her husband. She was almost 100, y'all. She was not supposed to be cremated. That's not what I want. No, I don't want to be cremated. I want to be buried in a casket, in a golden casket, just like Whitney Houston. Hopefully, when I'm 100, because I want to live a very long life. Very long life. I'm determined. Trust and believe that. It says in this picture right here from a stunning portrait of Betty White in 1954, it says Betty White was a star by 1954, but she always stayed grounded. And that's true. You have to stay grounded and keep your guard up. And that's one thing Whitney, well, I mean, like I said, when she came out to the Grammys, they should have provided somebody to be there with her and, to keep the bad people away, And they should have provided Leolah to be there with Whitney because she would have saved Whitney. I know she would have. She would have saved her. Whitney would have still been here if Leolah was there with her that day. I'm serious. But for some reason, I guess Whitney just wanted the time to get prepared for, because y'all know Whitney was going to perform at the 2012 Grammys, but she passed away upstairs in the hotel. Well, like I said, y'all, she got up that morning. Her and Bobby Christina slept all night together. She got up that last time, and Bobby Christina said Whitney had walked out the hotel room, and she said that I'm guessing Whitney was like, "I'm gonna go down there and confront them." I know they down there in Chrissy's room, and actually, I'm not gonna say this, but no, I'm not gonna say it. But yes, she went down there and confronted some people. I believe there was just men in that room. I do. Like I said, it's in the book. It's in my book. It's in the book. So I'm not going to talk about too much right now until, y'all pretty much know the story if y'all kept up with each video that I posted. I almost got 200. This video, I have 284 YouTube videos, almost 300. So I need to do 16 more videos and then I'll have 300.
See? Was that cinnamon you put in the dessert?
Yeah. So that's a nutmeg too.
Wonderful spice. Nutmeg is.
As spices go, I find nutmeg to be underutilized.
Nutmeg. KY brand intense. With just a few drops, this unique scientifically proven formula increases a woman's sensitivity, making her big moment feel even bigger.
I'm sorry, y'all, about the ads. I know they're ad free. I don't know why there'd be so many ads. I mean, I get why they have to do that because they actually sponsor their stuff.
Sky.
Missing. Search begins Thursday, March 15th at 8/7 Central. What happened when Toyota, Ford, and Honda owners compared their vehicles to a Chevy Cruze? The 2011 F-150 gets $6,500 in total savings. See your Southern Ford dealers.
One moment in time continues. Once again, Chris Wayne.
Bobby Christina. What happens next for her? It's the question everyone wants to know after what happened a week ago to her mother. That's when a little girl, now grown up, tried her best to steer trouble away, saying, "Come on, Mama, let's go. Let's go." For all the questions surrounding Whitney Houston's life, one thing is crystal clear. Nothing and no one mattered more to her than her daughter, Bobby Christina.
In my interviews with her, we would talk all the time about Bobby Christina. They were almost inseparable, going everywhere together.
The little girl Whitney called Chrissy was the blessing that came after much pain and prayer, as she told Barbara Walters in 1993.
I had a miscarriage during the filming of The Bodyguard. It was very painful, emotionally and physically. I was back on the set the next day, and it's over. But I have Bobby Christina 1 year later, and I am blessed.
And in the public eye, she was. Her adorable little girl became a fixture on the red carpet.
And on stage, like in this 1997 HBO concert. But off stage, Whitney was a woman divided.
She said, I have a conflict because I want my daughter to live a normal, healthy, typical life. But it's very difficult for her to do that with my career.
Concerned about the life Chrissy would lead, Whitney passed on what she knew best, her love of singing.
Her daughter thought that she was, the moon and the sun, and she wanted to be exactly like her mother.
Friends say Chrissy never let her parents' fame go to her head.
Down to earth, cool, laid back.
Most celebrity kids have this way about them. She's like totally different.
Still, she embraced her mother's world without reservation.
My mom didn't really pressure her about that. She just took her to singing classes and get her vocals right, and then waited for the right time for her to sing to the world.
And that time may have been coming soon. Just last fall, Chrissy posted this video on her Twitter account, a rendition of Adele's Someone Like You. While waiting for her moment to be a star, Chrissy was by her mother's side, with the high and low notes, seeing it all as no one else would.
No, Chrissy's just got my back. So I can just drop my neck. Oh, this is like, this is tiring. This is wearing me out. She go, no, Mom, we can do this. Come on, let's do it. Get up. Come on, get up.
The role of protector was something Whitney spotted early on.
Tell me about her. Is she like you? She looks smarter than I am. What do you mean? How do you see it? My God, I'm about 2 or 3. And she goes, Mommy, do you know why I'm here? I said, well, tell me why. She says, to take care of that beautiful face of yours.
But caring for herself would prove a challenge. A year ago, speculation she had followed too closely in her mother's footsteps. In one National Enquirer spread, photos that appear to be young Chrissy doing drugs. She fired back on Twitter. It's really not what it looks like. What did she think about the media attention to her?
And honestly, y'all, I don't think that was cocaine that Chrissy was. I think that was just like a little publicity stunt. I don't think that it didn't really even look that real to me. It didn't look because you could see that she was, she had the little thing and it looked like she was snorting something. But I don't think Chrissy. I mean, I could be wrong. But I don't think she did cocaine. I'm sure she did some weed and stuff, but I don't think she did the hard drugs.
Supposed drug habits and excessive partying.
She was upset.
Yeah,
She was upset.
that really made
She
her
was
mad.
upset.
Her family said she has not been on drugs and that they're going to make sure that does not happen.
But while Chrissy appeared the picture of health last week in Los Angeles, it was her mother who gave cause for concern. Thursday, that candid moment caught on e-cameras, Houston's last kiss on Clive Davis's cheek, her daughter just behind her. That night, the impromptu nightclub performance and Whitney's final song. Friday, reports of Whitney at the bar, acting erratic.
Doing handstands.
There was a couple reports that came out stating that Whitney was doing handstands by the pool. Like I said before, I mean, I'm sure she probably was. She was having a good time. She was just having a good time. That was
Drinking consistently, complaining about her drinks being watered down.
Any indication that she was mixing alcohol and drugs that day?
She had been taking Xanax, and she had been drinking. So she was, most certainly mixing the two, which she had done before. I mean, a lot of people tell me this is not something that she just started.
Saturday, Whitney is in her suite along with several other people when she decides to take a bath.
They had heard her singing. From what one of the guys said, they had heard, movement in there to indicate that she was still alive.
Here is something most people don't know. What was happening in that bathroom was a long-held fear of Whitney's entourage.
A former security guard, they told me that when they worked for her, they were very clear that she was not to take baths because they were concerned
about her falling
asleep. So they insisted she take showers. And that they check on her every 7 to 10 minutes.
But on that afternoon, Whitney had been left alone for over an hour. When they knocked, no answer. Young Chrissy has been
No,
at the shopping mall.
I mean,
She
that's
returned.
what I don't understand. They know Whitney was not supposed to be taking baths. She was not, because she was known to kind of fall asleep in the bathtub. So that's why her security and bodyguards would tell her, please do not take baths, take showers. And I know people were like, oh, well, what if she falls asleep in the shower? No, that don't really happen. It's very unusual for somebody to fall asleep in a shower. No.
To the hotel lobby as her mother is being pronounced dead. The news is too much for the 18-year-old to bear.
She was absolutely devastated, crying fits, yelling, cursing, screaming, basically they felt like having a nervous breakdown.
Chrissy is rushed to the hospital for observation, but returns to the hotel again that night, where despite the news of Whitney Houston's death, a pre-Grammy party is underway.
Had to have been a very strange moment where you see the party where your mother is supposed to attend still going on just hours after your mother died, just a few floors
That's
below.
one thing I did not like, is how they had that party continue after the woman that started the Grammys. You won't even give her a minute of silence. And she is the person that basically created the Grammys, if you want to think about it. Before there was auto-tune, there was Whitney Houston. So let's just think about it. They could have stopped that Grammy party and showed some respect on Whitney Houston's name. And that's one thing I will always do, is respect her. Because one thing they did not do is take a minute, just like Shaka Khan stated back then. That party was complete insanity. Complete insanity. You never have a Grammy party after the woman that is supposed to attend that party and perform that night dies. You do not do that. That is so disrespectful. So disrespectful. And this is just to the people at the Grammys. And I'm sure they probably won't never invite me, but that's okay. And y'all should invite me, because I'm a very good singer as well. I mean, y'all could have just showed Whitney some love. And I mean, I get it's about the money. And I get you have the caterers had already been paid for, and I guess they didn't really want to stop that party with that type of expense. I understand that 100%, but you could have maybe just took 2 hours of that out of the Grammys to show respect for Whitney. That's all I'm saying. But it's over now, and it is what it is. And when her birthday comes, her 60th birthday on August 9th, I'm going to do a special video for Whitney. Stay tuned for that. It will come out on August 9th.
Burner is removed. The body. It was just the whole scene was surreal.
But what is all too real in this very moment is Chrissy's pain and sorrow. Hopefully she will hold fast to those mother-daughter memories. The two joined forever by the perfect gift of song.
See, I got my baby. Next, what Whitney left behind for Bob and Christina. A song on stage and a love song for all of us.
It was more than just the voice, it was the honesty and the truth that was inside of the voice.
We come back.
Breaking next on Eyewitness News.
A man accused of kidnapping and torturing a family was just found guilty of 9 charges.
But not guilty on 2 other charges.
Plus, this accused serial bank robber is now in jail.
New details on his
It's your comeback. Earn a degree you'll be proud of. Apply now at purdueglobal.edu.
Come on, Reese's. Did you really wake up looking like this? Okay.
Patrol. And George, well, he was learning the fast life. Wednesday night, the eye-opening pictures, home video, and big surprises that may make them say, oh, that's embarrassing. Wednesday at 10/9 Central, before they were famous, with Robin Roberts on ABC.
The journey has now come full circle for Whitney Elizabeth Houston.
From that very first time we saw her sing Home on the Merv Griffin Show in 1985 to now, nearly 30 years later, being back home. It is a legacy in music and in love. Here's Chris Connolly.
Okay, so she's in a better place, and she is. But of course, but a great place would be still here, obviously.
On Saturday, in a private service for her family and friends, Whitney Houston will be brought home again to the New Hope Baptist Church in New Jersey, where she sang so memorably in the junior choir some 30 years ago. And through music that would become a pillar of her sound, learned valuable lessons.
Church is you get instant feedback first. Okay, if you're hitting it right, you will know it. Everybody's whooping, hollering, they're on their feet. You know it. If you're not, then people are murmuring and they're going, "Oh, bless his child," you know.
Whitney's roots in gospel music shone through her every recording, just as they did with other legends of American music, Elvis, Sam Cooke, and the incomparable Aretha.
Then she told me one time, she said, you know, Aretha Franklin said to me, I'm passing the torch on to you.
It's Whitney's gospel underpinning that really blows us all away.
When she sings gospel, every fiber of her body, even when she stands, she's looking up to the heavens. When she sang, "He's all the man I need," she was singing that to her Savior.
She would sing gospel in her first performances and in her final one.
And Jesus Loves Me is significant because Jesus Loves Me is a moment that we've shared. And while she was singing, she said to me, "You told me Jesus loved me."
That same yearning for transcendence, elevating 2009's I Look to You.
As I lay me down, heaven hearing.
It was the voice. It was more than just the voice. It was the honesty and the truth that was inside of the voice.
Singing.
Part of a legacy that has inspired millions, one that will be remembered tomorrow, in the place where it all began, where a young girl with the rarest of gifts found the courage to share her once-in-a-generation voice with a grateful world.
I look to you.
During the funeral and the burial this weekend, our thoughts and prayers are with Whitney's family. In 2003, she told Diane Sawyer, "I know I'm on the right path because I'm back home. I'm where I started. I'm here." And now she finally is. For all of us at 2020 and ABC News.
You put this investigation at risk. Explosive case.
Who's talking?
Honey, Queen Whitney, honey, she can sing. Sing. Tell me. She is one of the best singers. I can't say that well, I mean, my singing is getting better than it used to be. Honestly, I just couldn't sing at all. But now that, I've watched a lot of singers and, so I kind of gravitated towards that. And I guess I was able to learn how to sing that way, I guess. But it all takes practice.
We know this story. When your foundation lets you down, again. With Sephora's exclusive Color IQ technology, we'll guide you to a shade you'll love. Come in and discover your match at Sephora. Work. To me, you work. You see me do me da. Something like work. When you want la. I'm in the cafe, da. Try me, I deserve. Sometimes I'll be alert. You might go like me, and I like you. You know I don't want you tonight. Nobody touch me in the right. Nobody touch me in the right. I burn it down, your dreams like duration. You took my heart, I'm my keys, I'm my passion. You took my songs, I'm a sleep, a decoration. Taking the love, I brought for you for foundation. All that I want is for you to give me something that I never had. Something that you never see. Something that you never be. What you gotta ask, like nothing wrong. Just get ready for work. To me, if you work. See me do me da. Something like that, work. Da. When you work, da. What the devil's da. Beg you something, please. Baby, don't you leave. Don't leave me stuck here. The streets. I got a chance to. I want to run to this, but neglect you. I don't mean who am I to hold your best against you. I just hope that it gets to you. I hope that you see this through. I hope that you see this true. What can I say? Please recognize I'm trying, baby. I'm the why. It's a me, I say why. You see me do my da. Something like that. When you when the camera turn.
Yeah, you need to done for come. We just need to slow the motion. Don't get out of the way, the long distance, I need you. When I see potential, I just gotta say it though. If you had it twin, I would still choose you. I don't ever forget it's too soon. I know you need to get done. If you found one, sorry for the way that's changing. I got niggas trying to get you. Spilled all my emotions, and I'm sorry. Rolling. Making more shots until you're up. You just need a face to face. You can pick the time and the place. You will spend some.
Everybody, guess what? I hear a baby now. I'm gonna host my baby section. I'm so excited to be here. This was my favorite day. Baby, feel me. Baby, feel me. Feel me. They call me Megatron, just in the telethon. He got my jealous on, and I get my jealous on. I fuck him like I miss him. He just came out of prison. Bitches be talking shit for days, got you out of prison. My name is Nicky M. I'm the sticky bins. That mean the candy apple, but I'm Barbie, this is Ken. That is Fendi fact. I'm with the 100 max. Oh, this is custom made. Donatella sent me that. Baby, feeling me. Good luck if I'm feeling me. Baby, feeling me. Good luck if I'm feeling I'm drinking. It's better when I'm drinking. I took up when I'm drinking. When I'm drinking. It's better when I'm drinking. I took when I'm drinking. When I'm ready for that, but They call me Shorty's a megacon. It ain't about the race, either it's a marathon. I put the squeeze on him, breeze on him. That dash clapping on the D, Hercules on him. My name is Betty Betty. The type of daddy. He keep it coming. He can even drop that.
She has it there. Now that is a big song that she did, Megatron. She needs to really do like a tour. Like Nikki, please do another tour. I would love to collaborate with Nikki. I would honestly. Anytime. I love Nicki Minaj. I've always loved her music. Now, Cardi, I wish her and Cardi would, come back together, but I can't, I have nothing to do with that. If they, hopefully one day they'll, they'll hopefully they will face their differences and maybe start to get along one day. But Cardi, she's dealing with so much now. That microphone thing that happened when she threw the microphone at her fan. Now that's the only thing I can tell you about Nicki. I'm not saying she wouldn't do that, but I don't think she would because Nicki is all about her reputation, and Nicki has a pretty good reputation. As of now, I mean, she's not really in the media of doing too much. I mean, there is a few things. She might have a little, beef with a few people, but you never hear much going on with Nikki. She's a very private person, and that's a good thing to be.
Talking fun, fun. I need to fun, fun. I don't know what bitch, we getting drunk, drunk. Just I'm drinking, is that when I'm drinking? I took the fun, I'm drinking. When I'm drinking, is that when I'm drinking? I took the fun, I'm drinking. When
We're up. Realize Nikki's 10 years older than Cardi. They both still look amazing. Cardi's 30, Nikki's 40. Nikki still looks good at her age too, right? They both look gorgeous for their age. They do. And now that's a major compliment, honestly. Because and I would always compliment, my rappers and everybody that's in the same industry that I'm in, either it's YouTube, music industry. I will always support them because, they support me. So I have to do that, you know. Oh, yeah,
Favorite cheese in the spot tonight, 'cause I'm afraid you visual right. Even the short time, we just parties and machines. Then set your body crossing. Situations at the dust. So when the tempest doesn't jump on the dust, and that's change. Just so easy. So yeah, don't you know, hey, don't you know how, don't you just for you, just I do Jesus, so just so much of that's why I try to before you get into the trouble. Just not how you what you go ahead and front yeah.
Couple celebrating too much on my hands. I'm the picture, pushing every time. Just before my hand, just get your time. Most vision, I thought it was a good situation. Time to go. So grab my time, get your ass a picture. Just a crazy time talk, time to just when you don't change or change some time or change it. Just a little less cheated, forget a cheat. I get all cheated, so just all cheated, so cheated. So say sometimes, just so to keep kids time take something to you all the time. Yeah, come back. You hear I know you're sleepy. Like, try not playing this again. I just love it right now. Like, I get a little lucky here. Isn't that Gina?
But guys, it's like super bad and neighbors, because the funniest comedy out here.
This will be the last time I play it with a girl. I'll promise something else that.
Work. To me, you work. To me, do me that. Something like that, work. For you, la. Been the cat of my da. Try me at dessert. Sometimes I be alert. Work hard, ain't alright. You know I dealt with you the nicest. Nobody touched me in the right. Nobody text me in a crisis. I've been calling your dreams are durations. You took my heart, all my keys, and my vision. You took my sunset, I'm a sleep and decoration. You mistaken for love, I brought for you for foundation. All that I want for you for to give me something that I never had. Something that you never seen. Something that you never been. Why you gotta act like nothing wrong? Just get ready for work. To me, I be work. To me, do we da. Something like that, work. Da. Why you da. What if you go da. Better get something, please. Baby, don't you leave. Don't let me talk your friends the streets. I got a chance to. I don't want to never know, but neglect you. I don't even want to bet against you. I just hope that it gets to you. I hope that you see this through. I hope that you see this true. What can I say? Please recognize I'm trying, baby. It's a me, I say, why. You see me tell me da. Something like that, when you when you carry from my turn. Yeah. You don't need to. It's done. We just need to slow the motion. Don't get out of the way. Distance, I need you. When I seek attention, I just gotta say no. If you had a twin, I would still choose you. I don't want to question to it if it's too soon, but I know you need to get done. Sorry, when it's spring. My God, he's trying to I swear, I'm sorry.
having this discussion about what's happening inside that courtroom. The politics continue. The former president's campaign just sent out this email. In reality, you're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in the way, with a big picture of former President Trump. And look, the Trump pleads not guilty to all 4 counts. I told y'all he would. That is now emerging front and center in this campaign is a lot of what we heard in 2016, different shades of it, of course, a lot of what we heard in 2020. And again, just a reminder that he is using each of these moments to bolster himself, to galvanize those core supporters who we've been talking about, who are immovable, and to try to bring more into the fold.
What a fascinating thing just happened in this courtroom. The judge bringing down the hammer, reminding it is a crime to influence a juror, the judge tells Trump. Well, what a fascinating thing when you were talking about someone who is running for federal office, who is talking about this case and has a First Amendment right to talk about this case. And in a sense, everyone listening in Washington, D.C., in that federal district, is a potential juror. How do you enforce something like that? And is it even there?
Yeah,
it's not going house to house and saying, that we know would be the wrong influence, but speaking your case and saying your piece, and federal jurors are listening.
It's one of those things, it's easy for the judge to admonish, and she should admonish the defendant not to try and influence jurors. But I'm sure even she is thinking in her head, what is this even going to look like? Because Donald Trump will not stop posting on social media. We know that. He will continue to try to influence people who may vote for him. So he's going to be speaking about this case. And I don't think any judge would try to tell him that he can't speak about this case. He has a First Amendment right to at least speak about his case if he wants to. Is it a good idea? I would advise him, no, do not talk about your case. Do not post on social media. But he has had a lot of very, very talented lawyers who have been completely unsuccessful in getting him to stop posting on social media. So he's going to do what he's going to do. And if he crosses the line, prosecutors will, of course, be watching.
Hallie, the mantra from the president and many of his closest allies have been this whole thing is political. All these cases coming now, trying to derail him, the strongest candidate against Joe Biden. And we haven't really talked a lot about the timing of all this. This is a lot happening at once. We could see a 4th indictment here in just the weeks to come. And for those folks looking with that eye at this, what's the answer? Is there any evidence that there is a political?
He is on a collision course here. Now,
I didn't even see the start of this, so I want to see the whole, at least some of the start of it.
Political opponent Joe Biden and his son Hunter, and you are seeing that today cranked to an 11. We just saw, we didn't show it here, but a legal spokesperson for the former president's team addressed reporters, largely talking not about Donald Trump, but about what they see as wrongdoing by President Biden's son. You're seeing a handout given to reporters traveling with the president, the former president, in that so-called pool, talking about quote unquote criminals, not referring to the former president, but referring to the Bidens. This is something that has been a political strategy for the former president, and we are seeing that in a big, big way here today.
When we were talking a moment ago about the political calendar and the court calendar, if the judge starts making allowances because there is a presidential election, does that not become a slippery slope?
Yes. And that's what I think the argument that you're going to hear from her is that I can't just make exceptions because he happens to be the Republican frontrunner. On the other hand, there are other criminal trials, and that's something she will take into account. And the fact that he has a criminal trial date for May of next year in the classified documents case, if they say, Judge, look, we're facing this other trial, that's a legitimate argument that she may actually.
Well, there are many, many reasons. We talked about this notion of speedy trial. You talked about the interview we did with John Laura, one of the defense attorneys who will appear today. And I was saying, the feds want to take him to trial in 70 days. He said, how are we supposed to be ready in 70 days? Fair enough. How are they supposed to be ready? The issue with this is you as a defendant can go in and say, I waive my right to a speedy trial. I need more time. I need more time for discovery. I want to file this motion. Oh, I lost my motion. I want to go up on appeal. All of this can get stretched out. And it's up to the judge to determine whether or not the request for delay is legitimate, substantive, and correct. Here's the thing. The question is where it runs into politics. If these trials last past the election and Trump is reelected, is it for all intents and purposes, these cases are 100%. Is that part of the strategy run out? 100%. But we should remind our viewers, state cases do not go away. So obviously the case that we're talking about today is a federal case. The classified documents case is a federal case.
The first case that really brought us all here, in the hush money case out of New York having to do with allegedly falsifying business records, that does not go away. That's set for March of next year. And we're all obviously waiting what's going to happen in Georgia as it relates to election interference. That would not go away. So he has no ability to affect those.
True. He couldn't pardon or to dismiss the cases. However, let's be clear that under the Constitution, you can be a convicted felon and run for president. There would be no bar to him running and being elected.
Bringing Chuck Rosenberg into this conversation. Chuck, there's a lot of ifs and what ifs, but they're real.
They're real, Lester. So I can imagine two ways that these cases could disappear. The federal ones could disappear if Mr. Trump is reelected. First, because as president, he would be the head of the executive branch. So with or without the consent of his attorney general, he could order the dismissal of any pending federal cases. Second, as president, he could pardon anybody for any federal crime, which means all of the unindicted co-conspirators, for instance, in the newest indictment could be pardoned, or all of his co-defendants in the Florida case could be pardoned. There is an open question because the Constitution is not clear on this point, so whether or not a president can pardon himself. The only exception articulated in the Constitution, Lester, is that a president can pardon except in cases of impeachment. So had he been impeached and removed, in other words, convicted in the Senate, and he was not, he couldn't pardon that. However, the question of whether or not a president can pardon his own federal criminal conduct has never been litigated. There are principles strewn throughout our law that suggest that no person can be a judge in his or her own case. We know that no person is above the law, but breathing life into those tenets are difficult and untried and untested. And so, yes, he could certainly pardon anybody as president other than himself. He might also be able to pardon himself, but we would have to litigate that. And if any federal cases are pending, he could have those dismissed as the head of the executive branch. Somebody on the panel just a moment ago wisely raised the point that a president could not pardon any state criminal conduct. Let me just add one more note to that. In Georgia, the governor of Georgia does not have the pardon power. Georgia is one of about half a dozen states where that power by statute has been delegated to a commission or to a committee. So for Georgia, it would have to be done by a parole and pardon commission. In New York, it could only be the governor of New York. On the federal level, of course, it would be a president.
Thank you very much. I was just going to say we're watching this scene unfold outside the courthouse in Washington, D.C. as we await moments from now, about 15 minutes from now, if they follow the schedule, the arraignment of Donald Trump on these 4 charges. It's so interesting. It's great. We have the legal side over here in the audience. Should I pull on screen? Sure. But incredibly serious. And it's so interesting because I was just noting that Jason Miller, who's the top advisor to President Trump, is with him right now. He's tweeting, making commentary about coming to Washington. He's also, not by name, but he's in this indictment. And we see this time and time again. People that are still in the president's orbit, very much in the president's orbit, are all over these cases as potential witnesses, if not more.
Well, absolutely. Well, I was going to say, you're absolutely right. Jason Miller among those still in his inner circle, and yet it's gotten smaller and smaller. One of the fascinating things about the indictment is it lays out how many voices were in his ear. Rudy Giuliani, for example, another co-conspirator.
Actually, Jason Miller has one of the more colorful quotes, which I cannot read exactly. I won't, but what he's saying is it's all just conspiracy juju beamed down from the mothership, Jason Miller wrote. And that quote, which goes to this issue of it.
Okay, guys, we'll come back to that. I know y'all like listening to music, so that's why I wanted to put that on. And I've listened to almost every song on this list. It's okay.
Potts handles the driving.
Y'all can see the camera up there. That's what
Cerca bien, ayúdame a limpiar profundamente mis poros y prevenir el regreso de acné con el limpiador para el control de acné seral. So, what do you think?
had never heard this song before. I heard Selena recorded this song. It was called A Boy Like That. It was supposed to come out, but sadly she was murdered before she could even go on tour. And that's the sad part. If she would have got police to escort her to the hotel, she would have never got killed and she would have still been alive. So, which is great. That's the thing I don't understand. I can't. Where was the move? That was.
And he began beating her. He beat her down bloody in that living room. And all of her friends, instead of helping her, they allowed him to do that to her. And then that's when she ended up in the bathtub upstairs. But when the authorities came in there, they didn't do anything. And we're talking about Atlanta, Georgia, where if you do so much as call somebody on the phone and say that you threaten them, you're going to jail in Georgia.
That's just how
it goes down in Georgia. You go to jail. If somebody picked up the phone and called you in the state of Georgia and said, "I'm going to hurt you when I see you," or whatever, and you hung up that phone and called the police. The police is coming to arrest that person. So why did they not arrest Nick or Daniel or usually when they come in and they separate you. Both of their story, all the stories were conflicting. So I don't know why
they did
not
Nick.
arrest Nick for this. Nick did literally beat Chrissy down, knocked her teeth out of her mouth, pulled her hair, drug her up the stairs. Like I said, when I went to the hospital to see her, I noticed that somebody had to pull her hair because her weave was pulled all the way back. It was pulled all the way back on her head. So, Nick is guilty of that. But Chrissy could have been saved. She could have been saved from there. The hospital told us that she would be okay. She was not in no coma. Chrissy was not in a coma for all that time. Her eyes were open. Her eyes were open every day. I don't think it was a time that I visited her in the hospital or hospice and her eyes were closed, other than the fact that she was when she was in the coma in the beginning. But after that, Chrissy was her eyes were open. She was watching TV every day. She was watching TV, and as a matter of fact, my sister Tina and I went to hospice one day, and when we walked in, Tina says, "Hey, Chrissy," she said, "Auntie Tina's here." And Chrissy just looked up in the air. And then I said, "Chrissy, Auntie Lily's here too." Before I could get my name out of my mouth, Bobby Christina went like this. Uh, 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 and she kept trying to communicate with me. She kept trying to talk, but mucus was coming out of her mouth. So the doctor ran over and was clearing it. And Tina and I just started crying. Tina said, "She's trying to communicate with you, Lily." She was trying to tell me something then. And I told her, I said, "Chrissy, don't talk. It's okay. I understand. I know what you want to say. And I already know what happened. And I'm gonna go after them. I know who did this to you." So then she just rested, but she looked right at me. She looked me dead. She took everything in her and lifted her head up to see me. And the doctor even said it. He said, "My God, she's trying to communicate with you." Bobby Christina did this with Dr. Jolly Harris too. Okay, he did this with Dr. Jolly Harris too. She did this with Dr. Jolly Harris too. But I just want to say that we know that Nick did that to Bobby Christina. And I know that somebody killed Whitney. Okay. There is no way on this earth that Whitney is going to, first of all, be in a hotel anywhere without security. And she does. When Whitney goes out of town, when she went out of town, she would have 2 security men. And they would do 2 12-hour shifts. So where was security at? Where was security when Whitney was in her hotel room? How did somebody get in there? Because Whitney's security told me personally. He said, and his exact words were, Lily, whoever went in there to hurt Nikki, they tore that room up. It looked like a tornado hit it. That's what he said to me. So where was you, Ray? How did somebody get in there? I don't understand that. How did somebody get into Whitney's room? Because you have to do 12-hour shifts. So how did somebody get by you? See, that doesn't make sense. And then for Pat to walk down the hall after she sees somebody crying and say that something's wrong with Whitney, she just says, call the police, as if you knew what was wrong. Come on. And then you sit on Oprah and you tell Oprah all these lies. And first of all, you came out with the first lie that you was her manager. I knew right then and there when you lied and told that lie, we knew something was wrong because there has to be a reason why you would lie to the world and say you was her manager. You was never her manager. You wasn't even her assistant. Now I'll give you that though. But something's very wrong with this picture. And we're gonna get to the bottom of it. But I'm asking the authorities to step up to the plate and do something. You got two dead people. I don't care how many years it's been. We haven't gotten justice yet. And where there is no justice, there will never be no peace. No, we have not gotten peace. I'm not comfortable with my family members being taken from me like that. I don't care who's comfortable with it. No. And for those of you that are saying, let Whitney rest, let her rest, let her have peace. She's not resting because there's no justice.
So how can there be peace?
There's no justice. So how can there be peace?
And I'm a
And
peaceful
I'm a peaceful person.
I'm not a person
I'm a
that
peaceful person. I'm not the type of person that looks for trouble. That's not who I am.
I'm so hurt.
I am so saddened that I don't have my sister here and I don't have my niece here with me anymore because somebody decided to take their lives because of
The money.
what they have, the money that they have. That's what this is all about. Let's keep it real. That's what it is all about. And it's so unfair. And I wish that whoever did this, whoever the person is that literally did this, and I'm with me. We know who did that with Barbara Christina. Whoever you are, I'm praying that you get some kind of help. Maybe repent with God. I mean, I don't know if you're ever gonna be caught, if you're ever gonna get arrested for it. But it is very clear to me that my sister and my niece was both murdered. Yes. And it's so unfair. It is so unfair. And now I see why Whitney left me to be over Bobby Christina's estate. I see why. And I'm going to tell the world, I'm going to talk about that too. Because that's a big thing. I know everybody's heard me say that over and over again. That I signed papers, and I tried to stand up and say this when Bobby Christina was in the hospital in hospice. But my brother Bobby I was grieving with him and for him so much that I didn't want to bring that up. I talked to my other brother about it, and he thought it was the best thing to do was not even go there with Bobby. But Bobby and I could have stood together and fought this thing. It would have only been right. But my whole thing was I was trying to save Chrissy's life, and if I had have taken went further in claiming to be over Bobby Christina's estate, I could have saved her. But I left it in my brother's hands. He told me it would be all right. He said, back up, Lily, it'll be okay. I got this. We moved
Only one movie.
Hold on, guys, I'll come back. One.
You.
Um, Let me switch over to blankets because that one's getting on my nerves. It's comfortable, but hold on. I'm gonna move it right back in a second. Just give me 1 minute, y'all. I'm trying to organize this.
And watch life go by. But I went to the mall. We went out.
I'm sorry. I almost got it, guys. Hold on 1 minute.
Went to the club. I got turned up. Um, and then I walked for a good cause. The Avon 39, the Walk to End Breast Cancer. Uh, and there were thousands of people out there. The people I walked with, the closest though, were Suzanne and Brendan. Yes, the Higgins family. So I meet them at the studio, and then we all, go about our business together. So there's Jack, the one up on top of Brendan's head. And there's Pete. He's not picking his nose. He's trying to be shy. So the boys immediately start with, "Hi, Wendy." I'm it's like, what? Uh-huh. The parents weren't within earshot. So then, how you talk to other kids when the parents aren't around. Not disrespectful, but I got down low and I'm like, "Excuse me, young man. My name is not Wendy." And I wanted to go all Mrs. Hunter on them, you know what I mean? But that just seems to be too old school for today, even though I think old school sometimes is the best school. Yeah. But and then I was thinking, well, just call me Aunt Wendy to confuse the boys. But I settled on Mrs. Wendy. So they're Mrs. Wendy, and we had a wonderful time walking. As Suzanne, you said that you were going to frame this family picture.
I'm going to frame this family picture.
And hang it in your house.
Part of our family portrait.
Yes.
And when you walk into our front door, you're going to see this picture.
Yes.
And my kids love you.
Thank you. Well, that also.
Yes.
It's a wonderful time. Anyway, my whole weekend got rounded out by watching Teresa Checks In. Okay. Now here's the thing. It's only 3 episodes, you guys. One's down, so I already feel invested because I watched last week. So last night I said, well, it's only right to watch this one, and then there's only one more after that. That's good.
That's good.
What I observed, again, I'm not feeling the Gorgas. I'm not feeling Melissa and Joe at all. Now, you know, Joe is Teresa's brother. But there's something so opportunistic about them being there. And then, you know, you read stuff and they, you know, like stuff says that they don't really get along with Joe, Teresa's husband, and that they're just there for the paycheck. They allegedly $100,000 per episode. So that's 300,000. Yeah, yeah. And then, you know, kids, sometimes they lie, but they don't lie about important stuff, like if you're not feeling an aunt or an uncle. Last week, Gia says that she doesn't like Melissa. Now, Gia is 13 or 14 or 15. She's in that age range. And I know, she looks like a hardened woman at 35, but that's only because, you know, sometimes she does get a professional makeup artist to do her makeup for her appearances or whatever it is that she does when she's not in school. Anyway, Gia said she doesn't like Melissa. So that's like, anyway, I don't like them on there. I don't particularly care for them. But here's my big observation from last night. First of all, clap if you watched. No, you're clapping just because you want to be part of a movement. A lot of you are big gosh. But here's my big observation. How are the Judices going, because you know they owe allegedly a lot of money to everybody. How are they going to sell their mansion when they have a cemetery in the back? Like, it's not where the bodies are buried, but they've set up this whole death shrine. You know, Joe's dad passed away, and there's a shrine back there, and there's a couple of deaths going on in the family, and we weren't able to find the cemetery picture. Are you serious? I'm serious. They showed it twice last night. I know they looked. They were looking at the wrong episode. If you watch the show, clap if you know what I'm talking about with the cemetery. Okay. There's like 2 cement benches, and then there's like marble stone with names engraved, and then there's flowers, and then Joe was out there with his brother, and they were drinking something red in a low ball glass. I'm assuming it was like wine or something. And they were crying, and then you know the daughters were out there with their father. And I'm just like, okay, it's not that their house is next to a cemetery. They've got a situation in their backyard. Who's going to buy that? Anyway, that's my big observation. One more episode, the final episode, Teresa Checks In, airs tomorrow. Excuse me, Sunday night at 8 o'clock on Bravo. 8 o'clock on any night when you have to work the next day is always a good time to watch a TV show, right? When stuff comes on at 11 o'clock and 10 o'clock, not on a work night. Like,
I'm no work night.
Good news for Lamar. Yeah.
Yeah.
He looks handsome there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Nice long body, that long torso, the crooked smile, which means he's up to something. Yeah. Lamar is apparently out of his coma, and he's even spoken a few words. Reportedly, yeah. They say reportedly that he's going to need months of speech and physical therapy, you know, so he can get his walking back together. And, you know, no word, we're not even thinking about, I'm not thinking about basketball at this particular point. Yeah, I'm just thinking about, you know, just thoughts and prayers. And Chloe apparently was there the whole time with him. Good for Lamar. Hang in there, Lamar. Lamar's kid. Yes. Well, another celebrity relationship has bitten the dust. It's okay. 4 months, that's not a whole lot of time.
I mean, do you even call a relationship in 4 months? You call it a little something, something. I just want to feel out, see. All right, well, after 4 months, Rosie O'Donnell and Tatum O'Neill are over. I'm here by
The best transformers yet. Has a
I mean, I don't have no disrespect to get Rosie or nothing. It's just
it's gonna be fun.
it's all good, y'all. It's fine.
Rise of the Beast, PG-13, no stream, no Paramount
It has
Plus.
to be.
Work, to me, you work, to me, da. Come on, work. When you want to, I'm in the cabin, da. Try me a dessert. Sometimes I get hurt. You make a ain't alive. You know I don't want you tonight. Nobody touch me in the right. Nobody takes me in a surprise. I've been all of your dreams are duration. You took my heart, all my keys, and my passion. You took my time, I see for decoration. You think of love, I cry for you for foundation. All that I want from you was to give me something that I never had. Something that you never seen. Something that you never made. Well, why you gotta act like nothing wrong? Just get ready to work. To me, I be work. To me, da. So me let it work. Da. When you work, da. But I know turn. Beg you something, please. Baby, don't you please. Only me the streets, sometimes I have to check too. I was never know but never met you. I mean, who am I that's against you? I just hope that it gets to you. I hope that you see this too. I hope that you see this true. What can I say? Just recognize I'm trying, baby. It's a me, I play, it's you the way da. So me, where you are, when the cat from my turn.
Yeah. You need to get done. We're calm. We just need to slow the motion. Don't get out of the way, the longest things I need you. When I see potential, I just gotta see it through. If you had a twin, I would stand choose you. Don't rush into it if it's too soon. I know you need to get done.
Little While place where they had a bunch of roller coasters.
I listen to most everything that's out there.
and a boss.
Yeah, that's really nice. Yeah, the real Diana.
Like this Diana. We come back. Do you think they'll ever stop performing?
No.
And later, Miss Ross in her show-stopping finale.
And that's one thing I will never stop doing is singing, doing my talk show. I will always have YouTube to fall back on is because whenever I do start getting paid for doing this, that will one day go, I guess, towards my social security check. So when I turn 62, like that's a long time from now. I ain't even 18 yet, but I'm about to be 18 April 25th. So, I'm gonna have a big birthday bash and then I didn't really do I had a little party when I turned 17, but I didn't do too much. But then you can always party. It's even if it's not your birthday, you still party.
But yeah, I hope y'all love the book. And like I said, if you want a copy, it's only $20 and I can send it straight to either if you go to school with me at Robertson Community College in Pembroke, or if you want me to mail it to, let me know. My email, I'll put it in the chat. My email, matter of fact, I'm gonna just go ahead and put my email in the chat. My email is AJ. I'm just gonna put AJ, 26 at gmail.com. There we go. That's my email, guys. Oh yeah, and my Instagram. My Instagram is AJ. I have two Instagrams. One is AJ the Gamer 06 and AJ the television host. So I have two different ones, but the main one I don't even really have control of. I still have control over the HA, the television host one, but that phone hasn't worked in a minute. But y'all can still follow that page. But mainly I'm controlling the AJ the Gamer 06 Instagram page. So if you want to contact me, just DM me through the AJ the Gamer 06 Instagram. That'll work. Okay.
She's singing Endless Love at the Academy Awards. That was in 1982. A song so timeless that Billboard has just named it the biggest duet of all time. So 11 years ago, Diana's 14-year marriage to Norwegian billionaire Arne Ness ended, and nearly 4 years later, unfortunately, he died in a tragic mountain climbing accident. What did you learn from that relationship?
Oh, well, by the way, he was the love of my life. And it was romantic and it was a wonderful, wonderful love affair. And what did I learn from that? It's just that
Theater in Los Angeles. Miguel's got the exclusive backstage. The fashionator himself, Carson Kressley, on all that red carpet glamour. But you don't see Sunday night at the Oscars. Oh,
I think being out in nature heals. I think the outdoors resets your brain.
Because as we turn to you, Kristen,
hello, everybody. Welcome to the Impressive channel. It seems as if Beyonce responded to Erica Badu after Erica threw a little bit of shade at Beyonce for copying her style. Now, Beyonce has been wearing this wide brim metal hat at her Renaissance tour. She's been kind of consistent with wearing the big wide brim hats ever since she dropped her single Formation. So anytime she performs Formation live, she always got the big hat on. And Beyonce started wearing these hats since 2016. Now, Erica Badu has also been wearing the big wide brim top hats, but she's been wearing it for a bit longer than that. She's been wearing it for like a good 10 years now. It's been a part of her style. Every time she goes on the red carpet, she's always wearing these exaggerated hats. And I think the earliest I've seen her wear these hats was probably in 2010, and it could be even before that. But this has been something consistent with Erica's style for the past decade. So Erica did it first. And when Erica saw Beyonce wear this metal tin hat, or maybe I should say chrome hat,
I just want to send you my condolences over the loss that you and the whole Euphoria team suffered. I'm very sorry to hear about all that, and I hope you're doing okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. You know, like it was all really, really hard for us.
Javon Walton opens up about how the Euphoria cast is dealing with Angus Cloud's death.
Let me talk to you real quick.
Bruh, I mean, like anything we do, bro, we support each other, bro. That's family.
On the MMA Hour, the 17-year-old reflects on his close bond with his on-screen brother, who played Fesco on HBO series for 2 seasons.
We all had like such a deep connection with him, you know, and he was just like the nicest guy ever. So, you know, to see him go, that hurt. But I hope he's, you know, I hope he's in a better life right now, and I hope he's okay, you know.
Angus died Monday. He was just 25 years old. And after news of his death broke, tributes from his castmates poured in. Like Zendaya broke her silence on Tuesday. And I love you.
Love you too, kid.
The actress writing on Instagram that he was someone who embodied the phrase light up any room they entered.
On 7 years, it's always natural, you know. I feel like it's real, you know what I'm saying?
Quote, I'm so grateful I got the chance to know him in his life, to call him a brother, to see his warm, kind eyes and bright smile, or hear his infectious cackle of a laugh. I'm smiling now just thinking of it.
So there's a lot of emotions that are attached to something because this show, unlike any
Did y'all watch Euphoria? Like I have watched that show, yes. I love Euphoria. I haven't seen it since I was at Purnell. But well, no. I've seen it since I left Purnell, but I watched it a bunch when I was at Purnell. And ever since I've been at Roberts Community College, I haven't really seen it as much as when I was at Purnell. But the thing is, when it comes to Purnell, I always wanted to stay out there. And I was about to go to the 10th grade. I was very close. But where I'm at now, I'm doing very good. Like, I only got one more point to get with this next test, and I'll fully be in the adult high school program. So I got a 238. Natasha says that I'll be able to get a 270, I think. Like, I'll be able to get that, but for right now, I'll be working on this 239. But, you know, which I already just about have. I pointed out. And like I said, I work hard for everything I've gotten in this life, and I always will. I will never be fake, and will never be phony. Like some people in this world is. I'm just being real to you. Like you have to be real with people. I'm serious because some people just lie to y'all's faces and be fake, and I'm just gonna tell y'all straight up. I would never do that. So I'm always gonna tell you the truth and be straight up because that's how anybody should be or want to be, you know. But like tonight, I'm gonna wash my hair, take a good shower, and like I said, I'm going to read the book one more time, and that's it. I'm done until Miss Leolah wants to add anything to it. But right now, I'm not going to add anything else to it. I got everything done with it, basically. Yep, I basically got everything done.
You know, so personal. Sydney Sweeney posted a montage of memories, among them this week photo of her and Angus hugging. She wrote, "You are an open soul with the kindest heart, and you filled every room with laughter. This is the hardest thing I've ever had to post, and I'm struggling to find all the work."
Fundamental freedoms are under attack in our country today, and there is a national agenda.
Well, to get a fair trial, what are the odds we actually see a change of venue?
In short, Joro, no, he does not have a reasonable argument. And here's the reason why.
Quickly check on Paul Reed, who's outside the courthouse, gives some details from our folks inside the courtroom. Paul, what do you think?
An extraordinary moment, Anderson. The former president was asked to stand and enter his own plea to the charges that have been filed against him. And I'm told he didn't even use the microphone. He just looked straight at the judge and projected his voice and entered a plea of not guilty. Now, at the hearing down in Florida, when he went through this in a federal courtroom down there, he had his lawyer enter that plea. So to hear him say that in his own voice is significant. Now the judge is reading the conditions of his release. You may remember that down in Florida, this is actually what delayed the hearing. But here she's saying that you must not violate state or federal law. and also that he cannot communicate with anyone known to be a witness about the case unless through a lawyer. Now that could get tricky because, as we know, he's listed as 6 co-conspirators, many of whom are still close associates. So much like in the Mar-a-Lago documents case, the fact that so many people in his inner circle are caught up in this, that will likely be a difficult issue to navigate. Just looking really quickly to see if there are any other significant things from the judge. Yeah, she's saying, she's reminding him that it is a crime to influence a juror or threaten a witness or retaliate against anyone else who provided information or otherwise obstruct justice. Of course, he has been charged with not only obstruction of justice, but obstruction his own alleged obstruction. So she's going through all of these standard things that you would go through with any defendant, but again, taking on a different significance with a former leader of the free world. We are told again by our colleague Hannah Rabinowitz, who's inside, he has agreed to all of these conditions. He has now sat down and they are bringing the actual paperwork to his attorney.
All right, well, we'll check in with you shortly. Alyssa, did you have any doubt that the former president would show up in person to this?
There's this kind of speculation within Trump's world that those who are still with him that actually multiple indictments is better for him than one, and that they want to try to use this as they can in the PR space to try to boost his reelection. So I think because of that, he wanted to show up. He wants to be indignant. And, on the sidelines of this, he's got amplifiers out giving press conferences, talking about things like Hunter Biden that have nothing to do with this. He's got folks on Capitol Hill defending him. But I do think that it's important to echo something Dan said. To the degree that I know the former president, this is a sobering moment. There is going to be this moment that it sets in. This is happening again. It is out of his hands. Things are out of his control in this moment. And as this legal process carries out. And I think that we also have to remember this is a man with a lack of self-control. And that those words that he was just issued by the judge, about what he'd be able to do, what he can do with witnesses, the jury, and so forth. That I think is when his attorneys start getting nervous because he tends to use his megaphone, say whatever he thinks. We know he's gone after and in some ways I would say intimidated Jack Smith.
Grammy-winning singer.
Rain-X Pro Ceramics 2-in-1 high-flow washing wax cleans and protects your car's entire.
These live pictures, I want to bring in John Santucci, who has covered Donald Trump for us for years as a candidate, then president, now a candidate again. And John, when you hear that the former president is traveling alone in this motorcade, take us into his thought process and what's played out so far today. And the other question for you, John, people at home are really going to want to know, does the former president understand, recognize the weight of what is playing out here today? We know what he's saying publicly, but privately, does he understand the weight of this?
Well, David, I'll go in that order with you. So on the latter question to you, he absolutely understands the weight of this. I think Donald Trump was stunned, stupefied was the word I heard when that Target letter arrived just 2 weeks ago to his lawyers late on a Sunday night. This was the case, David, that he was told repeatedly, this is not going to hit you. Don't worry about this one. So the fact that these charges were brought, the fact that Donald Trump is heading to DC right now, Donald Trump himself truly, from what I hear, David, cannot believe it. Now, as far as Donald Trump's day-to-day, rather routine, as one person said to me, we're kind of used to it at this point. Donald Trump waking up this morning in Bedminster, New Jersey, playing a round of golf, getting off the course, doing some campaign calls, because David, as you and I both know, he is a candidate for 2024, and then getting dressed, getting in that motorcade, and by himself again, David, which as somebody else noted to me, he enjoys that ride by himself. And I said, well, how does that make sense? Donald Trump likes talking to people. And they said, well, for this, you have to understand, it's a little moment of actually reflection for him. He doesn't want to be bothered during those times, which for a guy, as we know, we've all been around Donald Trump, David, for many years now. Donald Trump likes feeding off the people around. He likes asking people for their opinions. So to think that he's alone right now, yet again, every time we do this, David, we say it's astonishing, but yet again, the word is valid. It is just astonishing.
That is striking to hear from some who are close to the former president that he actually enjoys traveling alone, what John Santucci just reported here, but also that the former president certainly knows the weight of what is playing out today. In fact, John had reported before, along with the rest of our team, that the former president believed charges were coming in the Mar-a-Lago case, but thought somehow that they would skirt charges related to trying to overturn the election related to January 6th, that somehow that would not happen. But once that target letter arrived, it was painfully clear to them that charges were in fact coming. The judge just advised the former president of the penalties he could face if convicted. Count one, the judge said up to 5 years in prison. Count two, up to 20 years in prison. Count three.
Are you serious? They're gonna make the man die in friggin' prison.
20 years in prison. Count four, up to 10 years in prison. The former president, Donald Trump, according to our reporter in the room, was leaning forward in his chair, listening intently to the judge as she went down the list of each count and the potential time in prison that someone
Think
convicted
about
of.
it. If he gets 10 years, he'll die. No, I'm not saying no. He'll be 87. He gets 20, he'll be 97. Either way he goes, he'll be older. So my thing is, he's gonna be too old to be in prison. He will die in there. Is my point. Within 10 to 20 years. I mean, most presidents live to be about 100, but still, he don't need to be in prison though. He's too old.
That count could face. The judge also read Donald Trump his rights in connection to this case and asked if he understands those rights. Again, Pierre Thomas, this is the kind of moment that reinforces really the weight of what it is we're reporting here today.
I understand because they're trying to say he needs to go to prison because of January 6th. Like I said, the people that died on January 6th, they're not coming back. All that's over with. Yes, he needs to pay for what he did, but after that, we need to kind of let it go. I'm not sure where it's going to go from, but we'll just have to see, y'all.
There's always that pregnant moment in the courthouse when a defendant walks in and sits before a magistrate or a judge, when the charges are read and the potential penalties are laid out. It's
purpose built from the factory to perform. We did the hard stuff, so you don't have to.
These live pictures, I want to bring in John Santucci, who has covered Donald Trump for us for years as a candidate, then president.
Donald Trump set to face a federal judge today and the 4 new felony counts filed against him for his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. The former president thanking his supporters for standing by him in the face of what he's slamming as an unprecedented indictment for what prosecutors describe as a criminal scheme to hang on to power after the last election. Special counsel Jack Smith says he wants to see a trial as soon as possible. But with the rapidly approaching election, Mr. Trump's attorneys indicating their defense will rely on the First Amendment.
It's the first time that a sitting president is attacking a political opponent on First Amendment grounds and basically making it criminal to state your position and to engage in political.
Got to give you a little time out on that one
Yeah,
because of
we've never seen that before.
Well, pop star Lizzo is now responding to the lawsuit filed by 3 of her now former dancers. That lawsuit filed on Tuesday claims the dancers were subjected to a hostile work environment and sexual harassment. One of the former dancers says Lizzo shamed her for her weight gain before firing her. Now, Lizzo said in a statement this morning, quote, "These last few days have been gut-wrenchingly difficult and overwhelmingly disappointing." It went on to say,
observation, facilities, fertility, faculties, logistics, Budget always appetite cross. Never trees in the spots, the some sexy visual rise. It's all shining. We just party with me. Then set your magic situations that you don't go when you step in, not jump on the just take the just to be no, you got to this. You don't take rotation. I'm regretting. Not irritating us. I'm guilty. I don't see it. So it's just going to you. Yeah, I'm telling you the high. Before you get it, it's all the just fine. Tell you what you go ahead and talk. Yeah, someone celebrating one time. I get it. I'm fine. It's track. And every time. Just before I hit, switch up and get your time. But I told you the situations I could do. So grab my body. Yeah, your ass is nothing. Let's chill. On the pin and chance to be time job. When you got to this when you don't keep on teasing, just that's when he does it. Opportunity to find your leader. So just don't be. Jesus fucks my houses. I don't fall for farms of chingo. I can't trust your farms on taking time. Speak on people on my plans. I'm he that's outside. Change myself on break on time. No time, I'm tension. Bring no time. Searching for that change. I'm you. That's all like I trust. To keep this time. You take all the action. I am awesome power. Can we go? Can we go outside? I keep this in the class. Looking for decisions I'm not.
I can't. Hardy's double deals pack double the chocolate beef and melted cheese.
It's the rock murderer. He's a minister in Malaysia. This and I had got married to him, and he said he did not want you working anymore. So that's what stopped me from working with me. I had to face my husband. And we'll talk about that later. I'm gonna do a video on that because Whitney is responsible for that marriage. She really loved my ex-husband, Rob. But what I'm trying to say is when I was employed by her and Whitney was getting her medicine from her doctor, I would call and I could call at any time and say, hey, Whitney needs this and that at the doctor's office. And they would give her put her a prescription in at the pharmacy from me just by me calling. Okay, and so I knew what she was taking and what she did. In most of the medicine Whitney was getting taken off. Trust me. A lot of medicine Whitney did not even take. It was just piling up on her counter. So whatever they said they found in her system, okay, pharmaceutical medicine, it's fine. There was no drugs in her system. There was nothing in her system that could cure her. That's what I'm trying to say. You got it. So stop saying that.
You don't have to say.
You don't have to say. Well, the coroner said she had drugs in the system. Study.
Look that up.
Look that up. Go back and look at what that coroner said she had, and shut the record on it. Because the amount is so small and minute, like just like the coroner said.
It's nothing to
It's
talk.
nothing to even talk about. We couldn't even have a baby. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. I heard I have no drugs in her system. There was nothing there to check to kill her. Okay, I'm done with that part. Because
She had, I'm sure she had weed and all that, but I'm just saying she didn't have like, none of the other hard stuff they're probably talking about.
no drugs in her system. Again. Some of you wanted me to answer some questions, so I'm going to. And then, what's your name? Petroleum. You emailed me and asked me would I do a video on. I think it was Dina Jones. That you, Dina Jones. Dina Jones. Yeah, Dina Jones. You asked me to do a video on Nick Gordon. What happens to Nick, and do I believe he was murdered? I can answer that right now. No, I know he was murdered. Not just believe. I know that Nick was murdered. Okay, Nick was a young boy. Very few people. Let me say this to you guys, because I got a book out, and it's about my life. It's my life story. And in the past, when I was a teenager, I'm way past a teenager. I did drugs in my life. I indulged into drugs, and I knew what it was like to do drugs. I mean, there's a lot of people that have. I'm from that era, that world, and I'm not ashamed to say it because I'm free of that today. But I never overdosed. I never knew many people to overdose. You don't just overdose off drugs. So I don't always believe that. When they put stuff in the media and say somebody overdosed. Oh, nobody's foolish enough to just overdose themselves. The stuff is unheard of. So, no, we need to not overdose. Okay? And I want to say that, but Dina Jones, no, Nick will not. He did not I don't believe he overdosed. I believe somebody killed him and silenced him. Because, like I told you all, when Nick was when he revealed and he said when we had him on tape, my nephew Gerard Brown called him to see what he was going to say. We had him on the phone. He was like, "Oh, I'm not going down for Pat. I'm not going down for Pat on this one. I saved her with Whitney. I'm not going down for Chrissy. I'm not going." He was scared because he knew what he had done to Chrissy. He knew what he had done to Chrissy, and that boy panicked. He panicked. So, yes, I believe that Pat had him silenced. That she probably figured that we would talk. When I did my interview, I did interview after interviews with different media people and told them certain things, but they would never ever play it. They would edit that out. So I don't like doing interviews. If you're gonna edit what I say, don't interview me. If you don't want the truth.
I'm currently at the office. I'll connect with you. After we connect with me, get 1.9% APR for 36 months on most 2023 Collab models.
If somebody plays this game, I think they'll like it even better than all the other card games.
I love prizes. I love flow. I'm sure you get some remember things by, so I always had to try to speak for that.
2, 1. Actually have hundreds of players playing it and watching it. Like, that's just really exciting. That's your dream as a game designer.
Very, very excited.
It's been a lot of fun. The art's pretty good.
Now that might be at the next one.
But we'll get to that. But I got so much to say to y'all. Y'all just don't know. It's just a lot. Oh, as far as Pat wearing Whitney's clothes. Yes, somebody made the comment that well, Pat can't fit Whitney's clothes. She's much bigger than her. Yes, she is. But Whitney had big coat, like Whitney's fur coats were big. Whitney also had other clothes that she had in her closet that, yeah, Whitney was small, but you know, when you're an entertainer, you get clothes from all over the world, sponsors. When I was on tour with Bobby, I was my brother Bobby's backup singer, from 92 to 94, up and around world tour. I sung backup for him. And there were times that sponsors would come, whether we were overseas or in the country. Sponsors would come, I don't know, Nike, Reebok, I'm just naming some right off the top, that would come and give you bags of clothes for free. So I'm sure Whitney Houston got a whole bunch of free clothes. Her closet was full. So to answer your question, it ain't about whether she's the size or not. Pat and Gary stole a lot of stuff from Whitney. Yes. And like I said, when her body was found in the hotel, and my nephew was sitting there trying to console Chrissy, she had fell on the floor in front of them when Pat and Gary kept stepping over them, he said, instead of them helping him pick Chrissy up. She's hysterical. She just found out her mother was gone. And she like fainted into Gerard's arm. And she's falling on the floor. That Gary right there won't even help pick her up. They so busy staging the scene at the hotel, running back and forth, taking stuff out of the room and putting other stuff in. See, they staged that room so that when the authorities got there, they wanted that room to look a certain way. You understand? Yes, they did this. And it wasn't nothing new because we knew Whitney had plenty of things stolen from her. And she told us out of her own mouth. It was Pat and Gary, mostly that was stealing from her. And you all remember when Pat's daughter Raya had on Whitney's wedding ring that my brother, boy, let me tell you something, I better not catch nobody with that ring. And Bobby, if you are listening to this video, get your ring, brother. Get your ring, Bobby. You paid a lot of money for that ring. There's no way that Pat and them should have that ring. That's Whitney's wedding ring. Raya had it. She was on line somewhere. I don't know, Facebook, was TikTok or Instagram, somewhere like that. They said showing off the ring. Whitney's wedding ring. See, Pat and Gary took that from Whitney. That was probably one of the things that her and Gary took out of that room. But I'm just saying, you guys, Whitney was not on drugs. Please believe me. Okay? She was not on drugs. When the authorities got there and they took her autopsy and all that, that's why it's go look at the autopsy. It says very little drug was in her system. But yet they found something in the room. And I believe Pat and them put that in so that it could look like because see, yeah, that makes sense. Because if you go plant something or put something in somebody's drink or food, you're expecting when the autopsy's taken, they will find something that we splat your drink or whatever. And then you put stuff in the room to make it look like that. So when they do their report, they can say, well, you know, it was some drugs in the room, you know, a little bit. But I think if I remember, they said a beer or something like that. But I'm just saying, they staged that room, guys. They staged it. Yes, they did. You know that you cannot do that. You cannot do that. All these things that they've done and got away with. And then she sits on Oprah and says she didn't answer Whitney's calls all that day. Whitney was doing something for her. And that's when I knew he was lying. When you said that Whitney was doing something for your maybe whatever candle candle thing that you have. I forget the name of your candle company. So all of a sudden you got a candle company there. And Whitney was gonna do an infomercial. Are you serious? Let me tell you something, world, please believe me, as God is my witness, Whitney would never do that. No, she would not. She would not. That was a story. We knew, we knew, everybody knows this, Whitney's family knows this. And another thing, somebody asked me about Kim Burrell. They asked me what she really. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to say nothing bad about nobody. Because I don't like doing that. But at the same time, if you were such a friend to Whitney, you know that what I'm saying is real about Whitney. So why aren't you doing? Why aren't you letting that get away with it? Why, sister? Is it that you just don't want to get involved? And if that's the case, okay, but just at the end of the day, Whitney is gone. Whitney's gone, sister. And so they did something to her. Yes, they did. So I mean, and you see Pat in the media lying about being a manager. You know Pat was never a manager. She didn't have a manager. Everybody in my family knows that. My brother Bobby knows that. My brother Tommy, Mama Sissy, Whitney's family, everybody knows that. So why aren't Whitney's friends stepping up to say something? Maybe you guys, I'm not holding anything against you, brother. I'm not. I'm just, somebody asked me that question. And so I just, that's how I'm going to answer it. I mean, my thing is, the truth is the truth. At the end of the day. But no. We need to fight for Whitney, Chrissy. We need to fight for Whitney. We really do. Because that was so unjust. How did that get all of Whitney's belongings? Because let me tell you all something. Pat and Gary followed Whitney. Now that I look back on Whitney and Barbie's life and their marriage, Whitney got married to my brother and moved from New Jersey to Atlanta. Really ways. They come here. Here come Pat and Gary. Follow me, man. Who does that? Who does that? Who does that? See? So they had their eyes on Whitney all this time. They knew what they were gonna do. That's how I see it. They followed her. And I can remember when I got custody of Bobby Christina. I had to take her to school. Oh, that's another thing. Cat, that you guys go look up the Grinch that stole Chrissy. Jonathan Houston put that out on I think you could just Google it, but it's on Facebook, it's on everywhere, it's everywhere. Pat is caught talking about Whitney and Bobby Christina really bad after Whitney died. Yep. And she said something like I don't know if you want to be like her. They checked out. I'm like, and I mean, just her whole attitude. But I'm trying to tell you. Oh, in that taping, she says that Bobby, my brother, never and Whitney never took Chrissy to school. You lie like that. You ain't never took Bobby Christina to school. So why would you lie like that? Whoever you was talking to, you was lying. I was the only one that had authority when Bobby and Whitney didn't do it. Bobby took his daughter to school. First of all, Bobby Christina was homeschooled. Yes.
Yes. Let me tell you how Bobby Christina got to public school. Now let me talk to you all and tell you the real deal. Because Pat Houston is not being straight up talking about my brother that had to go to school. But there was homeschooled when I had full custody of her. Okay, like I told you all, it was a court order, full custody of Bobby Christina. And one day, and her teacher would come in and homeschool her. But I got upset one day because um I saw Bobby Christina playing with well, she was playing with doll babies. And the doll babies, two were white, I believe, and one was black. And she was playing with the doll, saying, "We don't want to play with you," to the black doll. And I was like, "Prissy, So I decided when her teacher came back, I asked her, I said, I was very concerned because I'm in the religion of Islam. And so I told Whitney, I talked to Whitney, and said, I don't like that. I said, I want my niece to learn about herself, her own people and herself, because I told her, you don't do that. Why are you doing that to the black dog? Because it's the mentality. You understand what I'm saying? So Whitney allowed me to talk to her teacher, and I asked her to teach her some Black history, and so one thing led to another with him, but we ended up putting Bobby Christina into public school, and then I took her to school every morning. I would take her to school and pick her up. Yes. At Houston, I don't remember a day. First of all, you didn't even come to Whitney's house that much. She didn't even want you in the house. Anytime you called, she gave you the, come on, I don't want to talk about that stuff. But you need to stop this lying. Stop it. No. Bobby and Whitney, in spite of, and I don't care what they did, they took care of their child. Bobby Christina was well taken care of her. So, Kat, you didn't do anything for Chrissy, so stop it. My God. But what she's trying to do is she's trying to make everybody think that she was something special. And she really wasn't. And I'm not proud to report that or reveal that or say that. I'm not proud to say that, but it's the truth. And she's out here lying. I had to take Bobby Christina to school. I had to take her to her doctor's appointments because the court said that Bobby and Whitney couldn't. I was the only one they could. And that was, she could not do anything for Bobby Christina. No, she couldn't even come in. She never took her to school. She was homeschooled up until, and then when she did go to school, she went to school across the street. Right directly across the street from the subdivision. So Pat, stop it with all the lies.
Making an impact on our planet and your plate. McCormick Gourmet. We go further for flavor.
Men's hands, tap in is something I invest in. Dance, cleanse, light up the rose and sands. Look how I'm getting crazy, I'm so focused, baby. I'll be alone over me. Have my fun, probably get more done. Probably get more done. Have my fun, probably get more done. Love, come for me, I'm so wavy. Probably get more done. I get done. Comfort deadly, I got peace, so I got everything. I'm so sacred, I'm such a gift. I'm so gifted, I never miss nothing. Instance, tapped in is something I trusted. Dance, cleanse, light up the roses, cleanse. Have medicines, running in more just love. Come to me, I'm so wavy. Running in more just, running in more just. Running in more just love. Come to me, I'm so wavy. Running in more just, running in more just. I get not just what I want to be my soul.
Hat is over the estate because Mama Sissy placed her there. And in my opinion, Mama Sissy has two sons, Michael and Gary. But you know, in everybody's family, we have people have drug problems. And I believe that is why Mama Sissy didn't want Michael or Gary over anything because of that. You know, but yes, yeah, because of the maybe did that. I don't know. I'm not certain, but I do know this. Mama Sissy placed her with and thought she could trust her. Right? I don't believe she trusts her as a people. I really don't. But it's just great. Everything is done. And Gary and Michael, if you are listening to me right now, please watch yourself. Watch yourself, Gary, Michael, and Bobby, because Donna, Pat, and Alicia, they have a plan. Yes. Trust and believe me, they do. Brothers. They do. I'm gonna do a video on, somebody asked me to do one on the Tyler Henry. The interview, the medium, Hollywood medium that did that interview with my brother. Bobby, I sat there listening to that man. Don't you know that everybody knows my mother was a school teacher? Everybody knows that especially those in the industry, they study us. Right. He knew my father was a construction worker. He knew my father smoked. My father talked about that all the time when he was a Bobby. Daddy traveled with Bobby, so Daddy had the chance to tell people. You know, he was a construction worker all his life. Everybody knew that about Bob Brown. Bobby should have got the message when Tyler. I watch people. I don't nobody get by me. I'm very observant with people. I see you when you don't see me looking at you. I see. And when he was walking up to Bobby's door, he was talking. He was saying, "Oh, I didn't even know when he got in the boat." But as he was going to Bobby's house, he said, "I didn't even know Bobby Brown. I didn't know who he was." Oh, really? People really, you know, they tickle me when they say that. You know who Bobby Brown was. Whether before he married Whitney or after, you heard of Bobby Brown. That was, I don't think that was a proper move. And I don't believe in sitting in front of anybody like that and having them anyway. I mean, you know, it is real. Some people can do that, and God has not given me permission to do that. And that's the particular reason right there that you're gonna be tricked. And Bobby needs to know that, you know, everybody knew Daddy was a construction worker, Bobby. Everybody knew Mommy was a teacher. Yes. At our school. So
Them the only things they
told you. Really, basically. And that Daddy said he loved you. Of course he loved you. But they knew Bobby. They knew Pop. Pop was on the road with you. So they knew how he was and how he acted. And they could put two and two together. Father wanted you to know that he loved you. Every parent says that about their child. I mean, I didn't. Everything Tyler Henry said was important to me. Person.
I hate to say that. I mean, he's a good psychic, but he should have really said some more stuff. I mean, you didn't say a whole lot during the reading. So I'm not saying he's fake and phony. I'm just saying he could have said some more interesting facts during the psychic reading or whatever. That's how I'm saying.
It's always nice to have someone lend a hand. That's why we started Tractor Supply Gate. 5 years ago.
Now, the lawsuit filed against Lizzo, several of the singer's former dancers accusing her of sexual harassment in a hostile work environment. And we're now also hearing from Lizzo herself. But you have those details for us?
Absolutely. Abby, good morning to you, Robin. We all know that Lizzo is known for her sassy brand of self-love and body positivity, but she and her dance team captain are now being sued for being shockingly less than positive.
This morning, the growing fallout for Lizzo after the Truth Hurts singer was sued by 3 of her former dancers, saying their truth hurts. The suit filed on Tuesday by Ariana Davis, Crystal Williams, and Noel Rodriguez accused the Grammy winner of creating a hostile work environment, weight shaming them, and pressuring them to participate in parties with overly sexual atmospheres.
All the rumors are true. Yeah, I've been thinking, yeah, don't get dominated.
Davis and Williams say they started performing with Lizzo after competing in her 2021 reality show, Watch Out for the Big Girls, but were fired in 2023.
It was a very, very heartbreaking experience to go through, just because we looked up to this woman and we were thinking that everything was going to be essentially what we dreamed of.
The women telling our station KABC they feared retaliation.
We can't really say no when there's this sense of authority and power.
He didn't just light up around, he just loved, he just was all love, all the time.
And he said it to the day he died. It's all about love.
And all about love is how most anyone who crossed paths with legendary singer Tony Bennett would feel after being in his presence. But Susan Benedetto, Tony's partner of 38 years, and Tony's eldest son, Danny Bennett, got to live and breathe it every day. I mean, it seems like he's the guy who kept giving gifts. Did he ever get tired of that? Never.
Tony loved being a public person. He loved being an entertainer. And, he really believed when he said, I'm in the business of making people feel good. And he felt that was a very noble thing.
Susan met Tony at one of his concerts in 1985. She says their connection was instant. She went as a fan of his music and left having met her perfect match. They eventually married in 2007. Susan shared these private photos with us that capture the joy and devotion of their partnership. Why do you think your relationship spanned all those years?
All those, he performed to everybody. He never saw generation gaps or anything. And privately, we didn't either. We just absolutely loved each other, and he was my life.
Danny, to be Tony Bennett's son has to be, first of all, an amazing experience. How would you describe it?
He was just the man of the people. And so we experienced that as kids. And as we're seeing with this amazing outpouring, it's coming from every sector, whether it's music or art or
It's been weeks since my last salon visit. Let's see. Salon appointment, $200 plus.
Next guest is a mom, business owner, philanthropist, and best-selling author, and certified leader in functional and integrative medicine.
That was a lot of things. And she's joining us today to tell us about her new book, which offers a 90-day approach to achieving physical and mental wellness through small daily steps. It's called Glow, 90 Days to Create Your Vibrant Life from Within. Please welcome author Dr. Stacey Stevenson.
Thank you.
So I'm curious, what inspired you to write this book?
Well, I need it for myself. Number one, everything you just said and more. We are all struggling with so much noise coming in. Yeah. And I needed a way for myself, and I'd love to share with others as well.
Another thing, yoga and meditation, that helps as well, y'all.
How you can make a step-by-step daily intentions programmatically, easy to approach, digestible. I needed a way for myself. Also, I wanted to share that with others. In other words, we all say you should meditate, you should exercise, you should diet, you should do this. Like, stop the madness. How do I do it? Give me a way that it's more simple, easy, and I can really internalize
and gain a daily routine through
Yes.
weekly themes with step-by-step process.
And you do have a way to simplify it and internalize it in the form of an acronym that helps people live a more intentional life. The acronym is called Vibrant, a bit of a long one because each letter stands for something. What do they
How do
stand
you
for,
even do
and how
that?
do you
I don't
integrate it
think
into the
that-
program?
Okay, it's not too long. The voice. Use your voice, that inner voice. Intuition. We know our intuition. Our moms told us to listen to our gut. Do it. B, balance. That speaks for itself. Inner balance, that inner glow, external balance as well. Work carefully on balance. Don't be a perfectionist. R, regenerate. Bring that energy and that glow within. And you've got to do that with your inside work more than I think we've recognized. A, abundance, the abundance of relationship, not just thinking only about wealth and our jobs and our material abundance, but what is inside and nurturing. We need to nurture ourselves. Self-care is not selfish. And lastly, ending the week on Sunday is thoughtfulness, just the human kindness and thoughtfulness for ourselves and for others that we're all working so hard towards these days, and we need it.
And people are looking for healing, and everybody, you see people doing this. But I mean, for the skeptics out there, 90 days, that doesn't
90
seem like a very long time. How did you choose that number?
Well, I wanted 365.
I wanted
I'm not
365.
kidding. I was like, 365 days. We're going to do something every single day. I was very like, go, go, go. And that was what? That is going to be a very big book.
Very big number.
However, I would
Big
also
book.
share that 90
book.
days, we know in medicine, is enough time to create a lasting habit. The 90, there is magic in the 90. And that's why I chose the 90. And I also feel that that is approachable for all of us. If we all are wonderful achievers. If we can't work through 90 days, stick to something programmatically, we can do it.
We can do
We can do it. We can do
that.
90. Anybody can do 90.
And we can start today because you have 4 exercises for us from your book that we can begin doing today.
Yes.
Today is day 1 of 90 for me.
Where's
At least.
my book?
What
Let's
are
do
these
it.
exercises? What do we need to do? What do we need to do?
Let's start your day 1. How about you go to bed 15 minutes earlier, and you just stay in bed 15 minutes longer for you and do one of your meditations.
Okay.
Okay. How about you do what I call a positive voice challenge and try this one on for size. Inside and externally. No sarcasm, no criticism, no negative words or thoughts for a whole whopping 24 hours. That's the challenge.
Man.
A whole whopping 24 hours,
Okay.
right? And then an intuitive friends list. Make a list of those relationships and friendships in your life that are truly adding value to you and those that you might need to shed or work on shedding a little bit. And then how about here's another revolutionary one. 10 minutes in silence per day.
Okay.
I love silence.
Me too. I love silence. I love sleeping. I need to get better at my self-talk, that's for sure. So I can do 24 hours of positivity. Will, you're doing a great job, man. You're killing it. This segment is going great, but unfortunately, we've run out of time. Stacey Stevenson, thank you so much for sharing your message with us and your book. Glow is available everywhere books are sold, and I'm internalizing it already.
Terrific. Thank you. My first fabulous achieving patient.
There you go.
Hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Lots of great stuff here. So go on, click the subscribe button right over here to get more of awesome videos and content from GMA every.
It's a new restaurant in town that's not only serving up inventive dishes, but it's also recognizing and celebrating different cultures, and it smells amazing.
It smells so good. And it's getting so much buzz that getting a reservation there is like winning the lottery. But we are lucky enough to bring the chef to us, and he is here to show us one of the dishes from the menu of his restaurant, Tatiana. Please help us welcome James Beard award-winning chef, Rami Anwar. Hey, your story is so cool. Let's talk about kind of where you all started with this. You were selling candy on the subway, sitting at Lincoln Center, resting, and now your restaurant is there.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, but you never know where the journey will take you. You know, the journey is the reward. So, make sure you always put your all into everything that you do.
Yeah, well, you've clearly put your all into this restaurant. It's the #1 restaurant rated by the New York Times in New York City. What does that feel like to you, and how do you do that?
It feels good. I'm from New York. I grew up in the Bronx. So to have a restaurant that's, highly coveted in New York City, it means a lot. New York is like the number one restaurant city in the world. So it feels good to be welcome home.
God, you're so humble.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the food. Let's get into cooking.
So, this is a black bean hummus, and every dish at Tatiana tells a story. I feel like if a dish has a story, has a soul. This is inspired by my trips to Mamoun's, when I was younger, getting the falafel with hummus. And, I added my own spin on it. So I started making a hummus with chickpeas and black beans. We add some olive oil, some tahini, some garlic, and we're going to let that pulse until smooth. I actually like to puree it a couple times to make sure it's really, really smooth. Put that in there like that. And if you have any questions along the way, shoot them at me.
My first question is,
What?
how do you make? I have questions about the food processor. I made pesto last night. It was
Former president did make a brief statement before getting on the plane, which is on now. I just want to put you what you said.
Thank you very much. This is a very sad day for America. And it was also very sad driving through Washington, D.C. and seeing the filth and the decay and all of the broken buildings and the walls and the graffiti. This is not the place that I left. It's a very sad thing to see it. When you look at what's happening, this is a persecution of a political opponent. This was never supposed to happen in America. This is the persecution of the person that's leading by very, very substantial numbers in the Republican primary and leading Biden by a lot. So if you can't beat him, you persecute him or you prosecute him. We can't let this happen in America. Thank you very much.
We should point out that when the former president left office and left Washington, D.C., the city was on lockdown because of the attack on January 6th. That is the city he left behind.
Well, we've heard this from Donald Trump every single time. We just use the phrase persecution.
Okay, hi. What's the occasion, fancy pants? Ah, that fancy DQ caramel foot.
And because of that, hundreds of migrants have been sleeping on the sidewalk. And
Okay, guys, just so you know, I'm going to be ending the live stream in about an hour. Just so you know, right before we hit 5 hours on the live stream, I'm going to end it, and I'll come back later on. I just have a few things to add to my yoga and meditation book, and then my sister's keeper book with Miss Leolah Brown, with Houston's sister-in-law. But like I said, I'm coming back with a bunch of stuff. A lot. Just so.
Midtown Manhattan, just look at this right here. Vicky Palladino is a New York
As a body is discovered along buoys installed by Texas authorities in the Rio Grande. Miranda Del Real has the story.
Overnight, 2 people found dead in the southern part of the Rio Grande River. One of the bodies found stuck in the barriers installed last month by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. While authorities are still investigating, they say the cause of death and nationality of the victims is unknown. The Department of Justice is now suing the state of Texas and Governor Abbott, claiming the red buoys tethered to the bottom of the river with heavy cable wire violate several international treaties and Mexico's sovereignty. The barrier, spanning roughly a quarter of a mile, forcing determined migrants into deeper parts of the river. We saw it up close.
So there is definitely several groups here in this area. The one towards the back has a little girl. She's 7 years old. They're from Venezuela. ¿Y por qué cruzaron aquí en esta área?
I ask why they are risking their lives to cross here, and they tell me it's their only option. Law enforcement on the Texas side say the buoys are necessary because they aren't sure how much longer they can manage.
Every single day from my small property
I want to watch.
Hardee's double deals pack double the chocolate beef and melted cheese. Choose a double cheeseburger or bacon double cheeseburger. Stop.
I want to say this.
You're recovering. Wondering if you could buy or book. Is your personal envelope going to be safe?
Hey guys. I don't know who this is. Who's on? Let's see if I can. Hey guys. Can you guys see and hear me? Hey. I'm gonna wait till you guys, more people come in. Don't forget to hit the like button, guys. You guys see and hear me? Can you see Leolah? Good evening, guys. Can you all see and hear me? Can somebody say yes, I can see you and I can hear you? Yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay. Thank you. We're gonna wait for some more people to get in here. How's everybody doing? Let me see. Let my
Yeah.
I gotta give a shout. I'm gonna give a shout out to all my members, my new members. Right now I'm gonna let my girl, my sister, Miss Joan, be my moderator. Okay, Joan, I added you. I guess you know what to do, huh? Okay, let me see. I want everybody in here first. Oh God, I gotta take my time tonight and talk to you guys. Let me tell you all, it takes me a long time to answer everybody's mail. I've been in my mail, and I got to answer mail from Facebook,
YouTube. I mean,
Instagram, YouTube. And I started my YouTube or Facebook first, but I got people in my Facebook that been there for years trying to become my friend. It's sad that I didn't see their mail. Like it's so much mail, and I have to take days to answer mail. Days. It's a lot for me. It's a lot. I'm gonna meet somebody one day that's gonna move in with me, live with me, and help me with all my stuff. I need a
assistant.
an assistant that lives with me. That's what I need.
That's
Joan, are you in? Are you moderating in for me? I'm still waiting for people to come in. Please hit the like button, guys. Please. Hey Dion. Hey Dion said I hope you're doing that's my adopted son Dion. I want to give a shout out to all of my members. But I want to make sure everybody is in here. And hey, Kelly Sutton, I want to thank you. That's what took me so long, Kelly. I had to go back in your mail to see the psychic. I'm gonna talk about that this evening to get the psychic's name. Her name is see if I can think of it without looking. Wait a minute, what was her name? Sloan Bella. Yeah, that's her. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that. Yeah, that lady is powerful. She knows what she's talking about.
Spirit Boost raised my credit score by 12 points instantly, which is insane.
So I raised my score by 21 points instantly.
Okay, we got some people. Hit the like button, guys. I got 49 in, but only 51 people in, but only 49 hit the like button. Okay. I want to give a shout out to my girl Joan. Joan Edge Suarez. I know her name. Nate Hall, Put God First Always, Dion Garrett, Me, Myself, and I, Kelly Green, Sweet Pea, Upward Onward One. And then I have two new members, Latifa Burchett and Mrs. Webb. Thank you guys so much. And then I want to also thank you guys for the Cash App. Of course, my sister Joan. Joan. Trisha, John Austin, Trina Johnson, Jamie Johnson. Oh God, that's my girl, Julie. And just this one. Oh, my brother, second girl. John Thomas, my brother in the Vegas. And Dre, thank you all so much for your donation. Because that is a lot. I'm trying to get to where you all don't understand how important it is to help the older right. And then I want to shout out my cash app. It's money sign LEOLAH. It's okay in the letter M. Leolah B.M. And then you'll see my picture with my wife's all donation welcome you guys. I wish you guys knew when I was doing this. Anybody would donate right away. Seriously. But I want to talk to you guys I'm trying to take up much of your time, but I will come note. Because I'm answering, I would
Say what more?
It says Secrets of the Golden Girls. Why Rue McClanahan couldn't keep him in. A Still Getty Dementia Battle One Show. Betty White, Naked Pinup Girl Past. Bea Arthur, tragic reason she couldn't have children. That's another thing. She had one child, I think. I think. Yeah. She had one child, but after that, she couldn't have no more children. That was crazy.
Like, okay, my thoughts, because I don't wanna wait, not waste, but I don't wanna look at all the names of the toppers. Say you all need, and I'm not, recommend action. I'm gonna do the thing, and not a trouble, because, you go down the road, those stars. First of all, I want to tell you, because all the stuff that get made my problem important to, they said something about this. No, Whitney was not told to take a bath. That right there, we knew was a lie, because we don't take that. So that's what the lie. It's about the it's about anybody in my family. They even wouldn't. Nobody don't take all that. So nobody told me to take a bath. That was just something that was said. But I want you all to think, because there's a couple of people that will come to see, well, if this was true, and this is true, then why have the
Autopsy. It's not, the autopsy is not going to say that. It's not.
They don't all correctly. And it's wrong something. And what I believe that that's what was paid off. So whatever was said, ain't nobody gonna say nothing else. No one's not gonna, they're not gonna show it up in our office. But my sister was pregnant, yes. She was. I'm not just saying that. That's a fact. And she was pregnant by my brother Bob. Okay. And the reason why nobody is saying anything in my mind, and what I think you believe, and in my most honest opinion, is because it was somebody close to Whitney that did that. So the people that were around her, not gonna say none of this came out and said nothing. And it said nothing at all. Nobody got on national TV. And he used to. People got hacked, jammed, you got over security, you got Ray Chain, you got that little girl Brandy Burnside, you got and Brandy Ray J says she knows something true. You got even the people that were there with that head, like her niece Mary. They were confusing the
I am Danny Loomis, Vice Chair of Task Force Movement, specifically talking for cybersecurity. The principles of cybersecurity are not different than what the military members that are different jobs. Accountability, freedom, protection.
the things that they said were conflicting about what found her. I talked to Paula already about how that was almost what issue that her brother, within 6 years, he was in CPR, but she told him it's God. I told him it's God. That she was colorblind. And then Nick is on our doctor saying the same thing, saying, oh, I hate looking at this. My mother coached me from Florida. These people were dead. Not the whole house, dead. So what it is, now the raffles were dead because raffles were taking that car off the back of the whole house. I did it. But his body is found. It was running out of there. But how much is there? But nobody trained her. Nobody wanted to get in the camera and say, okay, well, here's the strain of it. Just what I was digging to, I pushed it through. This is what happens that day. How did they do that? No one came out and said anything as to what structure they're doing to Billy. No, it's going, interview the data for the truth. She's not mentioning anything about me. Everything's about her. Selling whatever she's trying to sell to people. Talk about this movie, that's all. Do it all. We're not doing it all. Okay? Ain't nobody talking about Whitney. She ain't talking about nothing about how much she missed with me, how much she loved me. You know why? Just like I told you from the beginning. It was never a relationship with Whitney. And I don't care what anybody says. I know this. I was around my sister. Okay? I went on somebody's I saw something on YouTube where somebody was interviewing me. And I didn't look at it. I just would scroll around and see what people were saying. And somebody said, you should have the old over it that I heard. She's evil. She's the reason why we can find you. Blah, 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 blah. Why don't you interview somebody that knows you? Why do you walk in with and why don't you interview with the Leolah or Kim? Oh, that's another thing. They said Kim around, but let me tell you all about her. Um, me and my friend, I call him my friend now, Howard, we were on the fucking coffee. And he mentioned to me, he said, you know what I thought about it. Kim Burrell really wasn't a friend of it. She really was not. She was new to Whitney. So Kim Burrell doesn't understand. And she came out and said Pat was with me, just she don't know. She don't know different. But Whitney probably thinking he gave me the girl up. But even that close to Whitney, no, we know that. We know Whitney. And we know how Whitney goes. And Whitney would never do that. She would, and that's why I said in the movie, if there's ever any documents that she out there with Whitney's name on it, in fact, I know it was a foolish. Because my sister wouldn't do that. You would never make her or maybe she would be any have to make it to her. Her father was her there before. And my brother Charles would do some stuff for her. But Whitney would never make nobody else her name to after her father. Trust me on that. Okay? So all this stuff about that being a man, that's a lie. She's that lady who's just she's trying to get money off of Whitney's name and all that is it. I would lie on nobody. And I don't hate anything. I don't hate none of these people that I'm talking about. I am speaking out because I want the truth out of me. Okay? Please understand me. That's not who we over there. But wait. But I want to mention it. Nobody said anything about her. Out of all the people that look at that hotel, why did nobody talking about what happened? What did you do? They know the public wants to know these things. And nobody said nothing. But me, I gotta figure this out and I gotta really take it. And I got, we talking like this. And I had to, and then my brother and nephew was up here. So I had to gather all the information together and come up with a conclusion. And I know I'm a very wise woman. I'm not saying I'm all that. But I can guarantee you, they came out with God gives me a lot of stuff wrong because I praying and I ask God for it, and He does. So no, the autopsy is not going to save them. It's not. Where that I'm going to tell you. Why? People are saying, why did Britney stay? That's a fact. You don't know how many times I said I've been crying. It said, why couldn't you leave? People think they just running around, they doing things to you. But I think she come out work, they do what they're doing. And she didn't realize how the shooting thing was. But then I think she didn't get it. But my thing is, this is what I believe. I believe that the last, like when Chrissy said she woke up that morning and money was going out of her bed. Because remember, I told you all when Chrissy was found in the dump, she ran down to my mother's house, she couldn't find the clothes. She had to run out of her room one day. So when she came to Whitney's room, Whitney told her to stay there with him. Maybe she talked to him all night. He was saying, I'm talking to me. And she said, he was laying there like thinking, trying to figure stuff out. She's like, what the hell is going on? Why did I get you the why she went up in the bathroom? So what we did the phone the call? Nobody dares ring their phone. We don't like that's that all over because she didn't answer the first call. Ray got on social media and said he regretted the calls, trying to act like he was really sorry. No, nobody else was working. But I'm trying to say them to say, hey, we didn't call her. So she knew at some point, she knew that they were trying to coming from her. So I believe what I'm about to say is, and I'm sorry, I gotta say this because out of respect for my sister, we gotta keep things real. And I want you all to use your day. Because Whitney Houston had security. Okay, we know that. Make no mistake about that. She had security. So, Ray, with the security, if you are watching this, I am sure Whitney called you and said, told you that things happened to Chrissy. Okay? Now, why did she stay in that hotel? Why didn't you get her out of there? Because Chrissy said when she woke up, something was going on in the bed. So when did she call Ray and say, Ray, I got a approach that all of them are not answering their phone, but I didn't talk to them. And Chrissy was in the bed next to me, but she gets up, puts on her clothes, and goes down that hallway. Did she meet you in the hallway, Ray? You had a room right next to Whitney. Come on. But they had to call you. I'm thinking that she had to call you and say, Ray, I need you to walk down to this room where everybody's eating it. Did you walk her to her dinner? Did you walk her to labor? And then they were eating and they just all jumped on her because Ray called me. Now remember, you said that one looked like a tornado. So they grew up aliens with me. That one looked like a tornado. And you were shaking your head, you had your head down, shaking your head, Ray. So come on. If they didn't call you to tell you to walk her down your room, she just wanted to walk down there by herself and face everybody. And I'm wondering why she wasn't protected. And if that room looked like a tornado hit, it was a lot of noise. I'm sure it did. I am sure it was you, Ray. Come on, man. And I know you're Pat's brother. And I say this, I think it's a possibility. Maybe Pat lured you away from you. Lured you away from the different. But if that happened, my kitchen get up and say something. I mean, I'm not understanding why nobody is saying nothing to you. Nothing. And you all were at this hotel with her, you all know what you were.
Without regaining collegiate fuel system, restores fuel economy, and maximizes fuel flow. Very large power advantage, therefore, is a continued use of zero charge and swap. Check out the full power advantage episode and pick up Go Out Green Game today.
Nobody can tell me that you don't know what happened with me, but I know how close all of you are around, especially you, Ray. And I know when you look at patient losing her page, it's always moving a shit. If you ain't at my door watching me, you're violent. Come on, that's it. And anyway, she ever with me was right there. It's the her. Not for the next her being murdered in a phone. I don't get this. I really don't. So, people are asking why they should that all this happening. Why did she speak? Somebody had to keep her there and say, you're gonna be all right. I got your back or whatever. But Whitney to stay and I believe she run out of bed up with her daughter. She had to feel like she was secure. You come on now, hey, let's just speak with real. Otherwise, I mean, and I'm putting myself in her shoes, anybody. You know, if you don't think the people around the hotel are smiling against you, the daughter came over looking after you are going to, you're going to feel your best and your safety with your security. You are. You know, you're going to say, well, I know them to me, that, but they don't kill me, but I'm still, you know, I mean, something's not right with this getting you more. Something is just not right. It's not. And then another thing I wanted to mention, somebody said something about, said that when she said, I think on the bottom show that I got a letter from the right says, Whitney stated, that stated that Whitney allowed this, that's not true. Whitney had never let her daughter just, well, none of us even knew Chrissy was even doing anything. So when Chrissy's friends told me, I called them, and they told me not to see me, half was having Nick force things on this. They know that for a fact. And I said, what? Yes, that was having this force things on this. In fact, by you doing that show, that reality show, if you watch a Christmas drink or drunk or whatever, you know, you're like the person that was throwing the wrong kind of your head. You didn't want everybody to know, but you were really the one telling them to them Christmas is something they made for you, this, made for you, that, give her that, offer her that, after it, everything. After Christmas friends, other them they told me about this. Some of Christmas friends around here though. Not as strange that Christmas friends are going too. Mm-hmm. And then Joshua telling me when you all forced Christmas in that car, when Christmas had that car accident, the knife was in the tire, and they were trying to get Christmas in that car to force her to have that accident. But I figured out everything that happened that day. Listening to Joshua, I got it, man. I got it. I know what it. I'll never say it. You had them. You told me, call me Leolah, because Christy wasn't speaking to the y'all don't know that. You didn't know that. We knew that. But Christy was with us. She caught Nick with Danielle. She didn't want to be friends with Danielle no more. So the day that Christy was found here in Georgia, Danielle happened to be at that house when that cable guy came. Danielle was there and that's what it. Chrissy was beat down by Nick in that living room. Okay? And Chrissy was screaming, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? She wasn't even saying nothing about Danielle. But she, you know, Chrissy was trying to leave that house because she knew that you all brought Danielle over there so she can be upset. I would leave and get murdered. So they can beat her down and murder her because she makes a noise about Danielle. Y'all was saying, I'm the same. So that Chrissy can go off and smack stuff. But she wasn't even trying to do that. Chrissy was trying to get out of the home. Forgive me, but I hope you forget because she really knew what was going on. You all thought you all was doing it, friend, and she wasn't telling us. They thought she wasn't in contact with her. Father Christina was telling us everything. And I kept quiet. I kept saying no. We didn't talk with her. We didn't talk with her. Because I didn't want you all to know what the man knew about Chrissy. I wanted to see how far you all would go, what lines you would there. Mm-hmm. But Father Christina told me. And then Joshua told me that it was set up. But check this out. This is something that I didn't say. Get offended. When Joshua explained to me, he said he was there. He was there. And he knew that they had plotted on Christmas. And he stood back and watched how Danielle pretended that she was going to commit suicide. She was going to commit suicide because Chrissy didn't want to be her friend no more. So she was trying to pretend like she was going to go kill herself. And meanwhile, we said, Chris, don't let her keep it. She would have kissed me, put the car drive for around we could talk to her so she won't go to the suicide. Chris was like, no, I don't want to get in that car. And they forced my niece into that car. Meanwhile, the night was the night in the tire. Chris finally gets in the car. They're acting now. They're acting this thing out right in front of Chris's car. Joshua says to Sedan, and as Max is holding on to Daniel, trying to calm her down, they all look at Chris to see how she's going to react, but they're playing games with my niece.
Artie's double deals and double the chocolate beef and melted cheese. Choose a double cheeseburger or bacon double cheeseburger starting at $2.99. Artie's goodness in making. Get exclusive offers on Artie's app.
I have lots of monthly subscriptions, streaming, music, news sites, that I want to experience. Now I can see them in one place. And ones I forgot about, streaming, cancel them completely.
See all youthexperience.com/sage now.
Postcard. falling out of Max's car. So Joshua said, I believe I couldn't get her. Nobody seen you. I said, you did. I said, yeah. He said, and when I picked up, he said, I didn't look at it right away. I just put it in my pocket and I didn't want them to see me. But I picked it up and fell out of Max's pocket. I was struggling with Danielle, trying to hang with Danielle, trying to play like she was like, oh, okay, what's there? Okay, what's there? Meanwhile, Christian's looking at them around. But Christian stupid, she looked at that. I believe she did, but she got that car anyway. But then the car had an accident. And my niece almost got killed. Okay? Joshua said later, when he looked at that whole car, it, the only thing he said it had on there was a smiling face from Hanks. He said, I didn't think it was like it was a sign or signal. Like you know, somebody giving you the okay to go ahead and do something. You understand? This is all that postcard, smiling face, and he explains pictures. She was the one that said, but I thought, man, this is a thank you, student. I heard what you and it just had a smile face. And I said, wow, I want it. I need that. I need that. That is very important. But Joshua, the next time he called me, I said, I'm forgetting. I'm in the hospital. He said, I just got checked and I was just angry at my $5. They said she would have come and he got the door wide open. And his mother was furious. They're devastated. They're afraid. So I don't even know what he is. I haven't even spoken to Josh. He is probably over the country, so he knows about it. His mother got me out of here. Christmas friends started coming up and said, because of this baby, somebody was scared the baby's gonna talk. Some of her friends died. Joshua and Caitlin. This was a sad. This is really sad. It is. And I don't know why we just stayed in the hotel. For all of you that I'm wondering why she didn't leave, but one picture. But that's when I came up with. I said, now let me put myself, let me place myself here. Let me, you know, or let me act like it's me. You know, put myself in a position. What would I do? So what we do? Quickly we go over to the paper. What's that? And I'm sure you can tell her, you know, the words like choose, you know, they look got up there, you guys. She got up out of her bed. Out of her spirit was in the bed with her. Slept with her all night. One of the things is she woke up several times for the night, mommy to back that shit. There was no need for her. When she woke up, she was in the hall. Two Christmas opened the door, and then she opened the door. The little came out of that room. We walked out in the car, but it was just very strange that she felt comfortable here with me. Come on, and then it felt big. Because I'm sure Reggie is remember from that room. I believe Reggie, Nick, Jerry, Raffles. I believe there was just guys in that room. I do. I don't know if that was in there. I don't, but she could have been. But I don't know. I don't know. But I believe it was guys in that room. I do. You must have said, up there, but all these rules on her. We jumped on it. And we jumped on it. And then everybody running out the back of the whole thing. Oh, afterwards. Come on. They know something, you all. They know something. Yes. But no, we would not have prison dream. Jackie told them all that one of that girls looked like she was out of control on that reality show. That's why she did it. She wanted that. And I don't know. In my mind, I thought it was because she wanted to go to the judge and say, this is her after her mother died. So we need control of things. You know, but then they just decided to just kill her. You know, it's sad, man. I'm telling you, Mhm. If my sister Tina said, she told me what it was feel. After she said her walk into a room like there. The Chrissy was laying in the hospital. She said she walked with from cancer. Was with her. Right. She said she was giving her a hug. She, I got you. Sorry about that. She said that that tried to, okay, you guys, you just coming in the line. You please hit the like button. Or the continue with the red seat arms. Lot of people around and see 108 births, 237 people. You know, that's good. Please, thank you for more time. The like button. More like to continue to yes. And don't forget, if you guys want to support me, please, I need the support. When I say we, I mean me and my members. I'm doing all this for you guys. I'm doing a lot. My cash app is money sign LEOLAHUM. And you'll see me, which stands for Leolah Brown. Leolah from the and you'll see me with my wife's stuff. But my sister Peter said, come on guys, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Not moving. Y'all just sitting there. Please hit the like button, guys. Thank you. Thank you all so much. The like button. Thank you, guys. My sister Tina said, yeah, that she saw that doing it. Mm-hmm. Yes. It's making the stuff up. They didn't make this stuff up. Do I believe that that was the inside to? And I believe, okay, that's another thing I'm going to talk to you all about. Everybody asking me about waiting. Come on, keep the lights working down. I'm going to talk about it. With all due respect. I don't think Mama Sissy likes to make friends. I don't. Mama Sissy is giving back control because she wanted to stay. She, and that's why I think she's doing everything. She was doing everything. But since Melissa has given her control, that comes without her control. So that's where we understand that's where the chaos of this. Melissa doesn't trust her anymore, but she will. Not that she will trust her now, but she gave her back. You know, she allowed her to have that control, but she's not going to put it in her son's hands. No. And another thing, with all due respect to my brother, Michael and him, Michael is not like me. Michael loved me. Michael used to love me. And I don't think he would ever do something like this again. If Michael used to be a big man, he'd have killed up some shit. Over you know, all the things. Yeah. I mean, if Michael and look at him, but here, no. And I know the thing, but with me, you will share the same, and that might be why the jealousy work being unlocked. That love is really, I don't think it's being like this, that Michael has love for you, but the love that you have for this is different, and that's why we allow them to do what she did, because both of them are good, and they give it, they can store. They really are. They don't do it, you don't do it right. No. That is the deal. What is the deal? Yes. It's the life for guys. Um, But somebody did not really I don't like this. I don't like this. I do not like this. Yeah. But basically what I learned, oh, somebody said, "What's that? And do I think that?" And she was saying, "Yes, I believe." I believe it. I believe that and she was saying it. And it's I believe both of them. Oh, especially and then when Alicia when she was with her attorney friend saying to her attorney friend, saying, just tell me how I can get I'm not gonna go home and tell you my this money without marrying you. That attorney friend was there like that too. And yes. That attorney friend was down with the children. We love things all the way around the field. No matter what you say, well, when it comes to the authority, when it comes to the archive, all of them, somebody, some way has to be. They are. There's no other way to look at this. They're not allowing us to believe in them. No, we do the Christians today. Yes. Too many reasons of one. Great to do. And so that cycle, let me see. That's the only thing I said. Now that cycle, slow down.
She knows what she's talking
And I'm gonna tell you something. There's a lot of people out there who see this stuff all the time about themselves. Some of them are fake, some of them are nothing to go. But slow down, the psychic, and one thing, usually when with the short, short haircut, she's on to something. I listened, but I sat there and listened to what she was saying. And I said, it's women know the street. Not every single thing. It's like what John. And she was coming straight from the she was coming straight from the heart. But she had everything. You know, she had everything. It's like when she said girls farm, she she said by the time you knew it, you got his quad, yes, that's how she something happened to you. Yes, I gotta go back and look at her. I was so mesmerized by what she said. I was just shocked. Like, wow, this woman, and I'm gonna go back. Look at was everything that she said, but yeah, she made 3 mm-hmm. She said she even said that Alicia was poisoned, not drunk. Mm-hmm. Bobby's not there. I said that. When I tell you all that, God has given that to me. Nobody else had that so bad. You all put the because it's what God has given to me. Yes. I'm not talking about somebody was together as a good God. Yes. And really doing do you believe Robert Jones like really the best interest in her so she really go with the game?
Okay, guys, I'm gonna end the live stream. But like I said, I'll be back. Hope y'all enjoyed it. Love y'all. Much peace. I will return, guys. Bye. Bye, guys.